Hello, everyone, and welcome back to EnviroCast GEO. It is truly an honor to have you joining us today once again for this international gathering of students, engineers, researchers, innovators, and future minded thinkers from all across the world. My name is Kavina Langovan, and my co host here is Arnaf Namade. And on behalf of our keynotes and all of our speakers, thank you for taking the time to be here. Whether you're journeying in from the United States or tuning in from across continents and time zones, we are grateful for your presence. Events like this only matter because of the people who show up with curiosity, ambition, and a willingness to engage with ideas that extend beyond the present moment.
We heard ideas that stretch across disciplines, across borders, and across what we normally consider possible. We saw how engineering and intelligence are no longer confined to a single field or industry, but are instead shaping everything from climate resilience to healthcare, from digital security to planetary scale environmental insight. Furthering the Future has seen it all. And what stood out the most was not just the technology, but the intention behind it. Because Furthering the Future is not about building faster simply for the sake of speed. It's about building forward with purpose. It's about asking not only what innovation can do, but what innovation should do. That spirit is exactly what made day one so powerful, and it is what makes day two so exciting.
Now, as we begin the conference today, I want to take a moment to reflect on what this conference actually represents. The future is often spoken about something distant, something abstract, and something we'll eventually arrive at. But the truth is that the future is being constructed continuously in real time through decisions being made right now. Every system that we design, every algorithm that we deploy, every infrastructural investment, every ethical framework that we choose, these are all pieces of the future that are slowly taking shape. And that is why gatherings like EnviroCast GEO matter. This is not just a showcase of products or just a sequence of talks. It is a space where we collectively ask, what kind of world are we building?
The theme Furthering the Future is intentionally open ended because the future itself is not just a singular linear path. There's not one future, there are many possible futures, and which one becomes real depends on the choices we make today. In other words, we're not simply advancing technology, we're entering a period of systemic level transformation. And in moments like this, innovation becomes more than technical achievement, it becomes a responsibility. Because every breakthrough creates both opportunity and consequence. Furthering the future means recognizing that responsibility, and doing our best means to actually act on it. It means designing systems that do not only maximize capability, but also maximize benefit for the most amount of people. It means ensuring that intelligence, artificial or human, is aligned with the values that we as a species want to carry forward.
Now, as we move into day two of the conference, you will hear from different speakers and presenters that embody that intersection. You will see the ideas that combine engineering with ethics, intelligence with sustainability, and systems with humanity. Some projects focus on planetary data and environmental insight. Some focus on healthcare workflows and life saving speed. Some focus on cybersecurity in the AI era. Some focus on robotics and ecosystems. Every single one is a reminder that the future is not just built in one domain, it is built through convergence.
Day two is especially exciting because it represents continuation, not just of the event, but of the momentum. The future is not built in a single day, and that's exactly the type of theme that we're trying to embody here at Furthering the Future. The future is built through sustained effort, iteration, dialogue, and community. And this is what makes this gathering more than a conference. It's a part of a movement, a growing network of people who believe that the next era of engineering must be intentional. So today, I encourage you to stay engaged, ask questions, connect with speakers, think beyond your own disciplines, and think with an open mind. And most importantly, allow yourself to imagine boldly, because the future often begins as an idea that feels unreasonable until someone decides to pursue it. Furthering the Future requires that kind of courage. It requires young innovators who refuse to wait. It requires researchers who challenge assumptions and are not just forced down some blindly challenged assumptions. It requires builders who care about impact and not just novelty. And it requires communities like this one where voices are given space.
Now, before we continue into today's sessions, I want to express sincere gratitude to every speaker who prepared their insights to share, to every attendee who chose to spend their time here, and to every student and innovator who submitted their work, and also to everyone who believes that technology must serve something greater than itself. Your presence here is truly meaningful. Now remember, as we begin inviting speakers to the stage, once again, feel free to engage in the chat, feel free to make comments, ask questions, and once again, there will be Q&A sessions taken from the chat and to be featured to ask the speakers. Be engaging and appropriate with any questions at all times. And with that, it is my privilege to officially begin day 2 of EnviroCast GEO, Furthering the Future. Now, what we're going to do is we're just going to go straight into our talks today. So we do have a keynote address planned as well as some block speakers. Now we do have a bit of time loading before that for speakers to pop in, as most of these speakers are international. So we're just going to take a few minutes until around 10:15 CST to wait for these speakers to populate. Thank you so much for joining, and we will continue the conference shortly.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're just going to go straight into our block one speakers, starting out with the founder of a company called Truth in Tech, Long Wen. Hello, Long.
Yeah. Hey, Long.
Yes, good morning, guys. First off, just wanted to thank you so much to the team at EnviroCast for having me this morning. If you'll just give me 1 second, I will go ahead and share my screen, have a few slides want to present to you guys today, and then I'll be ready to get started. But hope everyone's having a good day today, and just once again, thank you so much for having me for the opportunity. Oh yes, could just anybody from the host confirm that it's okay? Just want to make sure that everyone can see my slides properly.
Yes, we are able to.
Okay, yeah. So we can go ahead and get started here now. Just give me 1 second. Have the put up here. Take yes. So once again, good morning, everyone. My name is Long Win. Currently, I am a sophomore. I'm 16 at Carnegie Vanguard High School in Houston, Texas, here in the United States. And I think that events like this presented by EnviroCast, I believe this is the first time we've had this conference, reminds us of something very important, that education in general is about responsibility, and we've seen this through multiple speakers in previous times, and things like that over the past sessions that we've had. And I think that it's just truly an honor to be here. And I am currently a United Nations youth delegate, and my initiative is called Truth in Tech. So the purpose of today's talk will be the transparency mandate, rebuilding that public trust that I believe has been so fragmented. With the advent of AI, artificial intelligence, things like that, in an era of such rapid innovation. And so, yeah, just once again, thank you very much, everybody. And I think, I'll start by talking just a little bit more about myself and my background so you guys have an idea. Um, as I stated, last year I was selected as a youth delegate for the United Nations General Assembly, their 80th anniversary in New York City in 2025. I am concurrently also the founder of a youth civic engagement initiative called Let's Go Vote, also a nonprofit. And essentially, our goal is to enhance civic literacy, make it easier for first-time voters and voters, constrained by language barriers, make all those processes easier. So, in general, my work is focused on the intersection of law and public policy. I've been a legal intern at many local firms in Houston, and I'm a member of Carnegie's Quiz Bowl debate and World Quest teams. I'm also currently conducting research on refugee migration. And I was also a recipient of the Benjamin Donald Hatfield Scholarship for Speech and Debate. My partner was actually Arnav, as you can see on the right. And, I've been acting in theater, and I'm also a nationally ranked quiz bowl player. So, since middle school and early elementary school, I've had such a great passion for, finding out how these emerging technologies kind of interact with legal systems, legal frameworks, things like that. How can we make those better and more efficient in order to better serve our communities and our society in America and in the world in general. So I'll just present to you the problem that I've been doing research for the past 1 or 2 years on. Is today we see that AI is advancing extremely rapidly and at a much faster rate than which legislation from both local and national governments can keep up with. And in many countries, it's clear that AI is already used for things such as policing. Right, we have surveillance in public spaces, monitoring online speech. As we see here, many are concerned that it's being used as a tool for mass surveillance and censorship. Among other kinds of ethical and issues relating to privacy. And I think that is especially pertinent in today's world because if it is to remain unaddressed, they can silence dissent, and AI can be negatively used in a negative means to suppress democratic opinions and erode the values of democracy that we strive to uphold wherever we are in the world, and especially here, the bedrock, the foundation of democracy, the United States. And we've seen that it's actually become much more urgent as AI develops, as I said earlier just now, extremely rapidly. And for instance, if you look on this slide, the 2024 survey conducted by the Center for Youth and AI in conjunction with the organization YouGov showed that 80% of US teenagers believe that lawmakers should address the dangers of AI through legislation. And what is striking, if you'll bear with me for a second, is that they ranked it even above climate change and economic inequality. That just goes to show just how vital the issue is right now. And according to Statista, by mid-2025, only about 43% of countries actually believe that their current AI regulations and laws were adequate in the current form. And so, that once again demonstrates that there is for sure a need to, kind of enhance these systems and ensure that there is proper oversight across all sectors, cross collaboration. And finally, if you'll look on the chart on the right, skepticism according to Stanford's 2025 AI Index report, in which public concern has grown tremendously. Many respondents, if you look, report that their trust in AI to be, number one, fair and free from discrimination. Any form of bias is greatly decreasing. We've seen that, especially in large language models such as, there's multiple of them, six, maybe, seven or more, with these Claude, Anthropic, Grok, things like that. We've seen that there's, so much of a potential for, if these technologies land in the wrong hands, for instance, or if they are used to silence dissent, there's a great potential for there to be bias. And so we can see that this urgency just goes to show us that there is a need for urgent and immediate action to be taken. And so I'd like to introduce to you all what exactly Truth in Tech really is. And so Truth in Tech is a youth-led initiative dedicated to ensuring that both AI and digital infrastructure do the following. These are our primary goals. It is to strengthen democracy, to protect civil liberties, and to operate with transparency and accountability. And our primary goal is to make sure that we approach AI as a civic issue, a legal issue, and an educational issue in order to make youth participation something that is at the forefront to prevent both government and corporate outreach as well as censorship. We believe that with these large companies that are responsible primarily for the development of these AI systems, they hold significant power over how they are regulated. And so we feel that Truth in Tech needs to exist to kind of ensure that youth have a voice whenever they have concerns or things like that. They can raise them. Their concerns are heeded and they are listened to. And I feel like, for instance, if we look at the EnviroCast platform, it's something where, truly revolutionary, where we have for the first time an environmental intelligence platform that, can demonstrate, the ideas of youth, who are environmentally minded, such as, Kaveen and Arnab. And that's the kind of thing that Truth in Tech wants to support and see. So I'll go just briefly into our transparent framework. You'll just give me 1 second here. Yeah, so our acronym is transparent. Here on the slideshow, we can just see there's just a few of our most important goals that we see, which is transparency, obviously, the degree to which processes and decisions are both open and visible to the public to allow communities and stakeholders to understand just how AI systems operate and how data is used. And the first T in the transparent framework is truth. We want to promote integrity to educate youth on how these algorithms are both trained and deployed. Um, the second one is R, representation. Most importantly, we believe that ensuring that both youth and marginalized communities actually have the capacity to access these technologies in a way that it is very inclusive. And part of that is a novel idea that Truth in Tech wants to incorporate is having discussions about AI governance, advisory boards at both the local and national levels. And we feel that that is a crucial step in making sure that youth voices are heard every step of the way. So we have T, R, and next is A, access, to develop a mechanism where access to these tools are provided on an equitable and inclusive basis. And next we have networks, building that multi-stakeholder community that includes politicians, our legislators, our teachers, and our youth, especially our youth, everyone, because they are the generation most impacted by the advent of these technologies. And the ideal here is to make sure that they are mission aligned to bring together the resources needed to amplify youth voices and make sure that they are not, left by the wayside, per se. Next, so we have TRAN, and then is S, safeguards. So we think that encouraging safeguards to be formed through governance, through legislation, so that there actually is, regulation, and most importantly, ensuring that civil liberties and the foundation of democracy is protected in AI development. And the next is P, precision. We want to create these detailed, structure-oriented pathways that focus on interventions from early on. We don't want it to get to the level where AI is effectively used as a form of mass surveillance and censorship as it is in many authoritarian regimes around the world. We want to try to curtail that as much as possible. That requires, as I said earlier, working with stakeholders, people on the ground, seeing what the situation actually is so we can take action as soon as possible to address these pressing issues. Next is accountability. We want to push for these oversight mechanisms to hold, once again, governments and corporations accountable for any potential misuse and abuse of AI technologies. But once again, we want to work together with them as well. We want to be resilient, ensuring that there are governance models that will contribute to long-term democratic stability. Because I think that with Truth in Tech, it is truly, something that's obsolete, and it becomes, not very useful if in the long term there are events that occur, maybe potentially changes in government, but Truth in Tech cannot, withstand its mission that it was originally created to. We want to make sure that there is that resilience. Equity. We want to make sure that all communities have equal access, and that bias that I mentioned earlier is eliminated as much as possible. 100% will maybe not ever be, possible, but we want to make sure that bias is eliminated as much as possible through, algorithms and deployments, and, innovation and trust. We kind of combine these, but, just to reiterate, there will always be in the future, in the coming years, an immense amount of innovation to come through these AI companies and things like that, through the most fantastic engineers here we have globally and in the United States as well. But we believe that innovation must be coupled with an ethical approach that maintains the public trust. Because without the public trust, innovation may occur, but it will advance nowhere, and it will do nothing to advance our society in general. And that is the core of what Truth in Tech aims to harness, is that ethical approach that will allow us to balance innovation with a sense of the public trust. So just to give everyone, a brief idea of what the transparent framework is, I don't want to go on too long about it, but essentially that is what it was. Additionally, just to give you a brief idea of the roadmap, in 2024 is when I first, 2 years ago, identified the gap that I saw between the advancement of AI. And, back then I was an eighth grader just heading into my freshman year. And so, we saw that there are so many different technologies that are simply not regulated. And, may I remind you, to this day, President Trump's administration, President Biden's administration, they've tried push for legislation, but Congress still has not passed a single federal comprehensive legislation for AI. And so therefore, all these companies and all these technologies, it still remains something that is kind of left in the open, right? And that's when I began research into AI governance and these digital rights. How can we use it to protect democracy, to protect civil liberties? Last year was when I formally founded the organization of Truth in Tech. And when I was invited to the UN General Assembly as a youth delegate, this year, 2026, we see this as, kind of a vital stepping stone, because we were able to expand through global presentations such as, EnviroCast GEO. We have many other such presentations set up, and I will be sure to keep everyone updated on that. But building that network of industry professionals and youth leaders. And we also want to launch a form of structured programming, such as through digital content, social media outreach, and all of that is kind of in the works right now to engage a wider audience as much as possible, expand this outreach. And you'll hear about our goals in a bit. And I believe, so currently I'm a sophomore. By my junior year, my senior year, personally, my goal is I want to see the transparent framework scaled regionally into a global platform that has, applications that can be, sustained and adapted, that can be molded based on the individual needs of every situation, every region, every country. That will be, I believe, the true indicator of success to turn this into a policy reality to work in conjunction with local, state, and national governments. And, just once again, a more holistic view, by the end of 2027, over the next few years, we want to engage over 500 youth in 35 plus countries, and through the transparent framework, successfully enact over 10 community-driven solutions. And we absolutely invite all stakeholders to join us in creating this future where we're able to empower our youth and we're able to empower our citizens to strengthen democracy and not weaken it. And I think I'll kind of close off with this, because, just as many other students, I simply took an interest and I conducted research and, made a project and was fortunate enough to bring this to a scale of national and global attention. But to youth, I invite you, all students, no matter whether you may be in middle school or high school, even college students, please take an active role in shaping this future of technology through developing a thorough understanding of AI and digital rights. And, I would for sure urge everybody to examine how AI affects your daily access to information, how it affects your daily life, things like that. Civic participation as well. Obviously this talk is not about let's go vote, but AI is an important part of that as well. We want to make sure that all of these systems are streamlined and protect our citizens as much as possible. And so you are the leaders of the future. I can't think of any other way best to put it, and that is what my team and I ask of you. And just closely examine and speak up if there's something that through advisory boards, and that's the kind of thing that Truth in Tech wants to enact to schools and various other educational organizations. We believe that at Truth in Tech, the ethical implications of AI must be integrated into the curriculum, because it is something that is pertinent and pressing, not to diminish the importance of other topics, of course, but through these learning frameworks, through these programs, we urge you to combine that, integrate that as much as possible into the learning of students, because that framework, that foundation will be vital for when they become, the leaders of the future of, these nations, and they become legislators themselves, so that they can engage effectively and, with these digital technologies. And just one quick thing I want to emphasize is that Truth in Tech's goal is not to turn everybody into an engineer, right? It would be it would be kind of futile to do that. And we know that everybody has their own niche and their own thing that they're good at, but we want to make sure that everybody is informed. And that is why, to foundations, we would greatly appreciate your assistance and philanthropic partners to support this work through grants and prizes and all these policy forums. Any assistance that can be provided to Truth in Tech is for sure greatly appreciated. And so that is, I believe, conclusion for me. End of the presentation. Want to just thank you everyone so much for your time. And just like at EnviroCast, I see Truth in Tech as a movement, and we want to bring together as many youth, want to bring together as many leaders as possible in the coming months, in the coming years, right? And this is something that will continue for a very long time as these AI technologies continue to develop. We urge you to take a stand and, with Truth in Tech, develop with us as well. So thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate the opportunity. And I'm going to open it up to, I believe they had some Q&A now. But yes, thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, so thank you, Long. I think that was a wonderful talk. It goes back to what we said in the introduction about not just what you build, but why you build it. And I think Truth in Tech has that mission. Furthermore, I think there's like around 6 to 7 AI models that are prominent in today's world. And I don't think like any of them are very heavily regulated. So I think Truth in Tech can go and help that as well. But let's transition to the questions right now. So I'll let Kaveen hand it off.
For sure. That was very inspirational, and you've been engaging the chat quite a lot. So, first, we have a question from, I think I'll just say Multier. Between government, private corporations, institutions, etc., where is the biggest transparency gap?
Right. Yeah. So, Mutir, thank you so much for the question. I think it's a great question. And in terms of the biggest transparency gap, I think it is probably we have to look at private corporations, right? Because they are responsible, of course, for when you look at Meta, you look at platforms such as Instagram, which is incorporated, of course, Meta AI, right? And as I mentioned earlier, Anthropic with Claude and Grok, things like that. These are the kinds of companies that are responsible for the development. But a lot of times there is bias, and I'm sure we've seen all of these scandals with Grok, for instance, recently. And I think that there needs to be utmost transparency there. And there needs to be collaboration, I think, with the youth sector and with the government, because only through there will there be that capacity to enact legislation that will be regulatory, but not to stifle, innovation. And so to answer your question, I think it's, private corporations that really need to, kind of step it up. And, I think youth play probably one of the most significant roles in that, because it is youth who engage with these systems on a daily basis, right? Sometimes more than even professionals in offices or things like that. They're the ones using it daily. And, I think that there needs to be greater kind of oversight on their part. But once again, we want to emphasize this is something that we encourage transparency because we think that it is vital to fostering an environment where we have greater collaboration, we have greater regulation, and it protects democracy, civil liberties for all. And I think that if we're able to accomplish that, both Truth in Tech's goal and the broader goal for the good of society, will be significantly improved. So thank you for your question.
Yeah, so next I think we have a question from Stephen Navarro. He's asking, you mentioned the UNGA and being a youth delegate. What surprised you most about how tech policy is actually shaped in the real world / in government / legislation?
Yeah. So thank you so much, Stephen. And it's just to recap. It was truly a fantastic experience. Being at UNGA, and I went to various other conferences, such as, for instance, the Cornell and Deloitte Climate Weeks, in which we saw that there are lots of things, such as like industry professionals, and we had reporters actually on a debate stage. And they were discussing about the implications, environmental implications, and I know this is particularly significant to EnviroCast. And I think that to answer your question, them having that debate, on that stage and discussing, how is it best, the positive implications, negative implications of AI, because everybody recognizes that it has a tremendous potential. And I believe, particularly regarding agentic artificial intelligence, which was one of the senior VPs of one of the leading climate companies that integrates AI, they were discussing that. And I think what surprised me most about it was, just how kind of integrated, everything is, and how the importance of it is like truly recognized, that, it has a potential to, make such limits, and that we have those kinds of platforms to really have that debate. And I think that, I never really expected that. I expected, kind of speakers to come up and, give their opinion on it. But to have that kind of openness, I think that may be the first step in making sure that there's more effective legislation, open debate, and, making sure that everyone's opinions are heard, especially youth.
Yeah, great response. So Kaveen.
Next up, we have, I think, a follow-up from Stephen. You also mentioned your background, but what led you to this interest in delving into ethics, legislation, law, and governance?
Yes. I think just from the time where I was like about like 5, 6 years old, I've always been very interested in history. I'm Vietnamese, so about the history of Vietnam, the history of the entire world. And I think in terms of legislation, that's when I particularly got interested in voting, which led me to found Let's Go Vote a few years ago. And I think that just like how in voting, if we do not have a say, whatever community we are in, through the ballot box, somebody else will make those decisions for us. And if youth similarly do not have the voice in terms of AI legislation to, heed those concerns in terms of bias, algorithmic bias, and, various other forms of discrimination, somebody else will make those decisions. And youth themselves are the generation most impacted by those changes. And that is what, kind of let me, parallel, because I think law has a lot of intersections with emerging technologies, and truly diving deep into those and seeing, how it is that we can utilize it and, kind of manipulate it to better enhance, our society and our laws, and make sure that, we live in a stable democracy is, I think, something that is of the utmost importance.
Yeah, so I think Multier has another question. Kavin, if you could just pin it. So Multier is asking, in terms of in the future, like in 10 years' time, what do you think a trustworthy AI ecosystem will look like?
Yeah, great question. So I think, like I stated earlier, with our goal is to reach over 35 plus countries, and right now, we are kind of active in towards South Asia and Europe. Just engaged with in the previous conference I did in January for the Learning Planet Festival. We were able to reach hundreds of spectators throughout Europe, throughout Asia, and it was a great kind of online event. And I think having a trustworthy AI ecosystem will for sure require partners on the ground, because we can discuss with local national governments, as I stated, but the question then remains is that how will we actually know that we're causing some change, instead of just sitting here talking about it, but then on the ground things are not changing? Is that we will need to have deep ties, deep connections to both youth and industry professionals on the ground, sitting here there and telling us, hey, I'm seeing that there's an issue here, it needs to be resolved, can you discuss this with them? I think if we're able to build that network again, the network is, I think, possibly one of the most important parts of stakeholders. That community will allow us to significantly improve our ecosystem, and make sure that we are actually achieving our aims. And I think in 10 years time is for sure something that we want to be able to have.
Yeah, I think that we also would like to foster that sense here at EnviroCast. But I think Ethan Hatif has another question for.
So Ethan's saying, which step of the transparent framework is hardest to implement or has challenge associated with it?
Yeah, thank you, Ethan. I think probably the part regarding accessibility, because one of the core ideals that that we stated at Truth in Tech is to make sure that all of these marginalized communities, all of these youth in it could be less developed countries, it could be even in economic situations where they're not able to do that, right? And sometimes working with those governments can, I'll be frank with you, quite difficult. And we want to for sure still make sure that there's a great potential for these youth to engage with these AI systems, and make sure that they're able to kind of understand, how to use it. What are the dangers associated with it? How can it benefit them? How can it benefit, their country in general? And I think maybe that outreach would be the most difficult part. But having in mind the importance of it is, I think, probably one of the core ideals that will propel Truth in Tech to be able to kind of enact these policies. But I think for sure there might be challenges with it.
Yeah, so I think Ethan
Perfect.
Hatif has
Yeah.
another follow-up.
Okay.
Kavin, if you could get to it.
So a follow-up from Ethan. Another question I have, what skills should, I think, young people start to develop today to shape the future tomorrow in terms of ethics, technology, artificial intelligence, governance, law, policy, etc.?
For sure. Yeah. Again, as I said in my final slide regarding the ask, we for sure want to encourage young people as much as possible to be involved in their communities. And, stemming from my interest in legislation and voting, things like that, it derived from a concern that I had in my community that people in my own family wanted to participate in the elections, in the democratic process. But the systems put in place were simply too difficult for them to understand. And I think just as, in that, to be able to have a voice, to be able to have transparency, there needs to be streamlined processes. And I think Truth in Tech is the culmination of Let's Go Vote and my other ambitions to be able to see how young people can shape the future for tomorrow. And I think it just starts from the ability to be involved in the community. Whatever concerns you have, I urge you to bring it up in local school board meetings. Bring it up to your local representative or your local politicians, things like that. Because if nobody speaks up, somebody else will make those decisions for you. And if that's not something that you want to happen, I would strongly encourage all youth to pursue those avenues, because that will be, kind of the catalyst for something that I did, for instance, where I saw an issue and really took action on that, did research, and that's how we got to that conclusion. So, that would be my advice to youth. Great question. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so before we end it off, there's one more question from Stephen Navarro right here. And Stephen is asking once again if you could give one piece of advice to young people or those who don't feel like they could do anything, what would that be?
Yeah. I think, yeah, thank you, Stephen. But I think, in terms of, not feeling like you can do anything is certainly something that, many youth feel, they feel like, just kind of like a drop in the bucket, for instance. You can't do very much because, what kind of power do you really have? But that is what Truth in Tech really advocates for you to do, for you to have that voice. I speak to community leaders, parents, trusted adults, teachers, write emails to, local politicians, to your representatives. I can almost guarantee you they will be very responsive to your concerns if you know what you're talking about, if you're doing appropriate research, and you demonstrate that you are absolutely knowledgeable in that field. You will be treated like an adult. You will be taken very seriously, and I think that will kind of resolve that issue of powerlessness, because if you are confident in your capabilities, that will reflect in your interactions with people who you may think may have more power than you. And I think I can tell you the outcome may be a lot more different than you expect. So I would just urge you to be mindful, be very interactive, and of course be respectful whoever you interact with, but just make sure that you are confident in what you are discussing. And I think that will truly capture people's attention and make your voice something that is truly heeded in your concerns.
Oh, yeah. One last question from Bob before we close it. What direction do you want to go in?
Yeah, not sure if Bob's referring to career or in terms of Truth in Tech, but I'll kind of answer both. In terms of Truth in Tech, like we stated, we want to be able to expand our operations internationally to other countries, reach 500 or more youth through social media outreach, and things like that. I think we've already kind of gotten well along our way here with these kinds of international conferences, presentations, both local forums and in-person forums. And I think interacting with the community is one of the best ways to do that, right? And in terms of my personal career, I would like to go into the legal field, probably corporate law, and if the opportunity arises, serve my community, my country, my state, even in the political system, in the democratic system, and just kind of, again, making those policy dreams, those policy ambitions a reality.
Yeah, thank you, Long. So I think the work that you're doing at Truth in Tech is really going to pave a way for a better future for not just like technology companies, but for the human species overall, with the increased transparency in tech and the ability for people to actually see where their information is going and how it can be best used to serve and help their purposes. So once again, thank you, and good day to you.
For sure. Thank you so much, EnviroCast. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you. Kaveen, I think your audio is muted.
Sorry.
So.
I was going to say, now is my privilege to invite our second speaker for Block 3, which is Mr. Mahesh Soni. He is a senior cloud architect at the Nassau Financial Group, and he's here to give a talk about generative AI and different technologies together. So, Mr. Mahesh, I'm going to add you to the stage. Hello.
Hey, hello, Kevin. How are you?
I'm doing quite well.
Hi, Mr. Mahesh.
Everything's fine, man. Thanks for asking. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and thanks for inviting me. Okay. So thanks for arranging this. Actually, giving the opportunity for me to present like about the AI thing, especially RAG model in the conference. Actually, okay. So I'm not wasting my time. I respect your time, especially, and I just want to go ahead and share my screen actually, and about the RAG model. Okay. So let me share my screen. Okay. Yep. Share screen. Hope you're able to see my screen. Let me know you're able to see my screen.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. So just now, thanks, session. I think, see, these days everybody's using AI. AI is a part of our daily routine. Just like a few days back or a few years back, mobile phone is like first if it is a luxury, but now it become a daily routine. Now AI is the same actually. Okay, and everybody know they are using AI, frankly, and all those things. But of course, you are the high school student, you know how to use basically how AI works actually. Okay, so there is typical traditional model, like just you have to give some note. This is your system, and this is note. Basically, suppose you want to ask question to AI, like I have fever, dry cough, body ache on 3 days, whatever it is, like since last 3 days I have fever, dry cough, and all those things. So what happens? Simply the user basically system will, the AI. There's a complete LLM model, like you already described LLM model, so I don't want to go there because LLM is brain of AI, which will understand the natural and human language. So what they will do generally in general traditional model, that they will cut your just basically divide your complete node in fever, dry, cough, body, all those things. It is the process known as a tokenization. Then ultimately next step is basically fever and cough. What happens next step? Understanding and attention. Basically what happen, that it will prioritize your nodes. Basically what is the prior one work, like fever is more and cough is more important than the others, like 3 days and like all those things. So which are all the tokens they will arrange and give the importance of which token is important, all those things. And definitely next step is basically pattern matching, because this is the pattern matching means like it will search all over the world, web, blogs, data. Actually it is match your things with the existing data. What is data? Data is nothing but your websites, books, blogs, videos, and all those things. This will give, and what are the matching perfectly, it will give the answer to you in the output format and go back to you. So this is the traditional AI model you are using since last almost, see, AI is now since last 2-3 years big, but AI is still going on since last 10 years, right? So this is a traditional model actually, okay, where you have work. But now, as you know, world is growing, and so the AI is evaluation day by day. In fact, it is fasting like anything. So then ultimately second model come reasoning model, where every step will go slow. Each and every step is they discuss step by step process will follow actually, and given the same output, all those things. Then after that, what happens? So then agents come, a lot of agents come actually, helping from different AI provider, chatbot providers, especially AWS, Pega, Google, Petflex, Meta, whatever things. They are putting their own agent, which crawl all around the world and get the data and provide to you. So this is nothing but they are using tools also, all those things. This is fine. Everything is fine. They are evaluating, everything is fine. But still, till you are concerned, basically they're not provide perfect, like accuracy. A lot of enterprises, corporation, all those things are still doubtful, with this particular model. Is AI is giving the correct answers or correct output, or they are with respect to security, with respect to the data, and control and governance, all those things, especially in the field of medicals and finance. They think, okay, they use that one, but still they have concern, all those things. Then so again we know that evaluating, right? So ultimately come with the right now going on, the latest model is RAG. I think about the pipeline structure. What is RAG? It is retrieval, augment, and generation actually. Okay, means retrieve the data, augment it like in the model, and basically generate things. Okay, those things. So if you see here actually, so the things go in parallel. That's why known as a parallel pipeline. Is parallel. Okay, is one. So what happened? See, the first thing basically I want to say, if you see that all the knowledge and all those coming through this way and storing here, of course we'll go step by step all those things, and storing here and basically generating, like compiling all those things, and again storing here vector, this database, and then user basically here it is again is web apps. You are asking, suppose maybe in case of chat GPT, or maybe you are accessing perplexity, whatever it is, or group, you are putting your query, going there and getting the answers, vector and all those things. Okay, so let's go step by step. Now first step is document ingestion actually. Okay, this basically throughout this process continues, okay, throughout the world, the data, maybe HTML pages, PDFs, blogs, videos, all those things, this will get here, stored here actually. Okay, those things actually, that is nothing but enterprises collecting the data all around the world. There is a database, a complete big one. Okay, then what happens next? All those with chunking and normalization. Chunking and normalization basically, again, that break your each and every node or each and every data and put in the smaller factor actually, make it standardized format. Okay, all those things. Chunking or normalization, you can say in traditional model we have tokenization, right? Similar kind of thing. They're chunking and normalization. They put the data in proper format, all those things. Then come all those things. Document embedding model. What embedding will do? This will transfer all the data in standard format actually. Suppose PDF files are there, videos are there, or different fields are there. Some data is from finance, medicals, whatever it is actually, it will convert everything, format they can make in standard format actually here actually, so that next time if search happen, it will know all those things actually. They have a lot of partitions are available here actually, and they can break all the data, put in the standard format, so that any search agent come here and directly go to it there. Okay, now after doing all standard everything, they are moved data vector db. What is db? This is a database where exactly all your data with proper standard format, going through the sequence, like the data, breaking into different parts, standardization, all those things, search query, and come here. It is a vector db. So you can understand, a lot of times you heard about the vector db instead of llm and all those things, but this is the part where every like you can say polished data come here actually, everything. Okay, that is not a vector db. Now it is llm, where what is llm, right? Human language, and where everything works. Now let's stop the process here only, and we can go from here now. Okay, so what happens? So you can same sequence we go, like user, you ask the note, okay, and you have anything, what is the country name, or what is capital of this particular country, whatever note you put it, okay. So it will go here. So it directly go to embedding model, okay, because they already have their data on all those things, okay. So your data are perfectly there. Then once you query come, it will compile here. You can say the process retriever. We always now it is this process known as a retriever process, okay. If we are asking you, it will go here, okay, and they match the standard format, and then what I think, and it go to database, it get the correct data from here and push it to llm. What llm will do? Llm will what is llm's basic work? It will understand your query, get the data from here, and transfer it to human language and give the just response to this one. So that is known as generative response. So simple process is that make a query, it's go to embedding model, match the pattern here, then go to vector db, get the data from here because pattern is matching here now. Then go to the take the data and push it to llm. llm will convert all this data into human language and again move back to playback, which is nothing but your interface, and that's where it gets actually. The process will continue like this actually. If you say getting data and all those things, and you're getting this continuous pipeline. That's why the people use these days, big enterprises use RAG model only, because it is more accurate, more secure, more access control, more encrypted things are there actually. Of course, we have our own challenges, but right now the latest model going on RAG actually. If you heard about like perspectivity, all those things, and Gen 3.5 going on, and then anthropic also this one. Those all are working here basically on this model actually. Of course, it is enhancing or daily by regularly, but right now the latest model is going on this one. Again, I have some other things to show with AWS how it's handled actually. Like AWS, where you see the AWS means cloud, they have their own agent, right? Cloud, all those things. When you say AWS agent, this one, so same thing, same thing. It will go user. This is they take the expert. You can say this is your UI actually. Then again with the functionality, this is more technical part, okay. But I just want to show you that actually this is the basic model where you can understand the layman terms. This is the more technical way where it will go. See this retriever where basically once you put the request, then again this is a database where exactly you say it is a embedding model vector lambda. Here nothing but these things actually, retriever layer where this particular search, all those things. These are tools used by AWS to search your node into this database actually, and then once you pair pattern matching, it will move to the agent, that AWS agent, the cloud actually. That's why you can see the part of LLM. Again, final outcome come here and move back to AWS lambda. So that is it is function actually, you can say, and move back to finally get the answer. The process will continue like this. Is the AWS. Next thing basically you can see Google also use a similar kind of thing. Again, they have their own platform API. Again, as see here, Lambda basically here API cloud. This is your UI actually. Again, Vertex, what is nothing but the database actually, where you can see here this is a layer. Again, they have their own search agent where again they can once you put the node query, they will go use their agent, match with their database, give it to the generating layer here, and then ultimately same thing happen. LLM come in picture actually. They have their own Gemini tool where you can say cloud in the AWS, Gemini for the Google. Again, they can compile your things node query, get the answer in your human language using LLM, and then final output come to here that way. So these like I just get the another model like of course this is the AWS and Google are more cloud provider, basically you can say service provider, we can do these things. But there are other things also which is our own thing, like Pega kind of thing. Maybe I'm not sure you heard of Pega or not, but this is a way, same way, because they have own product. They use third parties. Like suppose Pega has own product actually, but they can use the third party, like they are using suppose your Bedrock and all those things, like the AWS agents here actually. But the process is simple. They have their own database, okay, and then again compile the data, connect to the data and all those things, move the data to the agents, and agents will compile all those things and send back to this one actually. So this is the way it works. Maybe it is a service provider, maybe it is product, and of course we have, there are some, I will come back to. So these are there. When I say that, like everybody has their own challenges. So RAG has their own challenges. That's why revolution come in the picture. If there's no challenge, then how we can go ahead? Okay. So again, lack of some standardization. Basically, like we need to maintain the standardization here, right? That's why I say here we have to make a standard of all those things. So you have to be the process for this actually. So we have to defend on this. Again, there's a vector database. You have to vector. It will be huge. So you have to maintain properly. Maintenance there. Then embedding consistency across providers. Of course, you have the embedding the like every node should be embedded properly with normalization and chunking actually. Then again, embedding consistency across providers, governance and compliance barriers, and operational complexity. Because that's why I say RAG is some complex model, but they are working evaluating actually. But that's why. So those are own challenges for the RAG. So with this, I can say my intention is to give just overview what is going on in the AI right now, and that's why it is there. So that's all from my side. Please go ahead and ask any question if you have. Yeah.
Okay. So that was that was a great talk. Do we have any questions in the chat?
I tried to catch in 10 to 12 minutes. That's what I think. Hope so. I do not gone very fast, but still, I'm expecting some questions. Again, if you give me to answer, then I can definitely have time.
I'll see. I think it did cover a lot of material, so I think it was very good, and it was also very insightful to more of the technical space, I think. Let's see. Oh, okay, there is one question here. Do you think modern infrastructure is apt to handle high-level data processing?
Definitely, let me get the answer properly because I'm looking. Okay. Do you think modern infrastructure about under high-level data processing? This is, like limited thing basically, Till that RAG is definitely going to have their own challenge actually, as I say, especially standardization, all those things. But I can give answer for this one. Yes, they are able to handle, but the accuracy and security still the limitations actually for that. So RAG, I can say the latest modern infrastructure they can able to handle, but they have own challenges. That's all we discussed.
Oh, there looks like.
Oh yeah, there's another
question
from
as well.
Ethan Hatif saying, very cool that you were a senior architect. If okay with you, can you tell me a bit more about your experience and background and how you got to this point?
See, basically, like I'm just saying, because I will evaluate myself actually, that I am a senior cloud solution architect here, and I've started my career, like as the question as a tester, manual tester. Then I move back to some automation. Then I move to the programming, then DevOps and security. Now I'm working on AI and all those things. So myself evaluating myself, with latest technologies. So that's what when you say experience and background. So I can say I'm graduation point of view and BTech and MTech actually, and then I evaluate myself right from manual testing to automation, then DevOps and securities, and now I'm AI. That way, because you have to again make sure that to be in current trend. You cannot be just like old way.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you for answering those questions. It was a very insightful talk. And
yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So next up, we have our third speaker, Mr. George Demba. He is a program coordinator very invested in climate change and community resilience. So whenever you're ready, I can add you to the stage. Okay. Are you able to hear me? Okay. I see. Hello.
Hello.
Are you able to hear us? And are you ready?
Yes, I'm able to hear you, but I don't know what is the problem. Being thrown out each and every time. So I'm wondering what is the problem?
Okay, I think it should be fixed now.
Yeah, I think we can just proceed. I'm pretty sure the issue has been resolved.
Okay, am I audible now?
Yes, you are perfectly
Yeah, you're
audible.
audible. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think there's a slight technical difficulty. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just wait for him to rejoin, I think.
Okay.
Is the problem on my side
I
or your
think
side?
it might be.
I think it might be your internet
Yeah.
connection, maybe.
I doubt if it is my internet connection because I'm just from a session. Anyway, let me try to log in with the two gadgets so that whenever it goes off, then I can just pick with the other one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that works perfectly.
Yes, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, no
Just a
problem. No
quick-
problem.
Okay. Although the second gadget, its camera is not clear enough, but I think I'll just try
Yeah.
and see what we can manage. Meanwhile, I think we can just proceed and kick on with our discussions tonight. And I think that the stage is already mine now. I will be the speaker. So good afternoon, good morning, good evening from everywhere you are. My name is George Demba, as I have indicated on the screen. I am a program coordinator of climate change. I do coordinate matters to do with climate policy in county rural areas. So, you know, in our country, we use a devolved system of government where we have two forms of government, both the national government and the county government. So it is very easy to access the community. So first of all, I want to say that we should know that climate change is not just an environmental issue, it is a lived experience. So my topic of discussion tonight or today will revolve around bridging climate policy to community resilience. I think my 15 minutes won't allow me to share the screen, but rather I'll just do an oral presentation. And I think from there, if in case anyone has a question, then they will feel free to ask me. First of all, you need to think about this climate policy. And what do you think, you personally, as a listener, about this climate? So the problem or the challenge that we, the youths, are experiencing is that you find that these climate policies, they are being written at the national or the international levels. And again, you will realize that if you try to read them as a youth, you will realize that they are packed with technical languages, the jargons, the fixated targets on emissions. So they are policies that are difficult to understand. And they do rarely speak to us, we as youth, or they don't speak to our daily reality. So, for example, you will find that these climate policies or the climate change itself, you'll find that number of countries, states are battling with this challenge, especially if you try to look these countries that do face the challenge of flood. People are being displaced by floods. And in a region where I visited in our county, is called a county government of Kitui, you watch crops fail. Why? Because of these challenges of climate change. So these policies, they often feel so distant to very people it is meant to protect. So one reason is that these policies, they are being made far away from us, the neighborhoods, and more so youth, because we are focusing on our future. Where is our future? But these policies, you find that they are being drafted, they are being made far away from us. We are not even included on the decision-making table. The global summits are announced yearly, year in, year out. You saw the 80th session of UN. If you try to look at the number of youths that were being engaged on those round tables, they were minimal. So this is the basis and the main challenge that we are facing as a youth. Another challenge is the language that I've just mentioned. It is packed with technical terms. They are acronyms that you can't even understand them, you personally, as the facilitator who has gone to the rural areas, to the villages, at least to enable them know whatever you are talking about, because it is difficult for us, we as youths, to translate the difficult languages that these policies are being used to, being drafted. So, you know, when people don't understand these policies, they can't engage with it. And finally, I want to say that climate policies, they do heavily focus on emissions target and maybe the long-term goals. So these are important, I understand, but they often fail to address the immediate concerns. The immediate concerns are like the safe housing, the reliable energy, the clean water. And in fact, I've heard you guys are mentioning climate change, and AI, the concept of artificial intelligence. As a youth, Gavin and I sat down yesterday and tried to think of how we can incorporate artificial intelligence on water management system, on health, right? Already, I know the innovators have already come up with the research on these issues, but mine was specifically to our communities, the under-resourced communities, the communities that are being faced by these challenges. You find that there is a region somewhere, they can't even get access to clean water. And maybe it is a water that it is already contaminated. We as youth, what can we do to enable us come up with an idea of a hive, like at least to enable us, even in, let's take for example, in urban cities, we can use this concept of artificial intelligence at least to detect whether there is contamination in this leakage, because I know water do flows of pipes. And maybe some other fellas might have different views. Some might have bad intentions towards others, because, you know, someone can just come and pay, someone can just come tamper with the pipes, you know, and the water gets contaminated, but people will consume it. So I was saying that these issues, they fail to address the immediate concerns like safe housing, reliable energy, clean water, secure livelihoods. So for communities, I can say that climate change it is not just a future. It is a present day challenge that we, the youths, have to come up with the possible solutions and see what we can do, at least to come up with the mitigation strategies that can help other communities, not necessarily in Kenya, but other communities that can also benefit from our innovative ideas that we can do, at least to enhance and make other communities have safe housing and reliable energy, water, name them. So I might be saying this term climate resilience, yet others might not be knowing or might not be well equipped with this term community resilience, I mean. So if I talk of community resilience, what I mean is that ability of community to anticipate climate risk and adapt to these conditions and recover from them. So, like, for example, we had COVID-19. How can we recover? How can the communities back in rural areas recover from these global shocks? So that is why I was focusing on community resilience. What can we do? Are we the ones that are going to prosper very well, yet others in the rural area are just there? But the UN principles or the social development goals, there is a concept of equity. We shouldn't leave others behind. So it means we have to be prepared before this disaster strike. And again, I want to say that if we have that capacity to respond to these emerging or stronger issues, we can build a social community where people feel free, where people can interact, where people can be happy, So that is what we should consider now. And the core message I have for you guys tonight is that, effective climate policy only succeeds when it strengthens people where they live. So policies themselves cannot remain abstract target or maybe a distance from community. They must just translate into safer homes, reliable livelihoods, healthier environment, and maybe stronger communities. So when these climate policies is rooted in local, maybe in local realities and shaped by communities, voices, it becomes more than that regulation, It becomes a resilience. So we need to understand these policies and we need to delve on these policies, we as the youth, because actually I have also thought of, there is an aspect of misinformation. What can we do at least to further our future? This aspect of AI, nowadays you find that you can't rely on an information on social media. And our people back in the community are being brainwashed. They might consume a misinformed information, misinterpreted, or I don't know how I can put it, but misinformation is rampant on social media. What can we do as youths at least to prevent this misinformation in order for our elderlies maybe that have gone for retirement in the villages, protect them from consumption, because with them they can't identify that this is a wrong information. It's not supposed to be consumed. This is a good information. We are supposed to be consumed. Could we come up with an app that can analyze, data that is presented online so that we as youths can at least enable us to prevent or provide a mitigation strategy on how this misinformation can reach the villages? I think that is more aligned to how we can further our future, we as youths. So I want to briefly talk about this climate policy. It sounds so complicated, yes, I understand, or technical, but its core climate policy, they are just laws and strategies and investment that governs this policy. They are just strategies, they are laws and institutions put in place to respond to this climate policy. And in order for you to know this policy, you have to know how we can mitigate, how we can adapt, and how we can adjust to this climate impact. So another thing I felt like sharing with you guys tonight is that to better understand these things, we need to know the key challenges. So one of the biggest key challenge in climate change action is this gap between global and local realities. You find that many climate policies are designed around global metrics, carbon reduction, temperature limits, if you mention them. So these goals are important. They don't always reflect what communities are facing on the ground. If you work on these communities, you will find that for many people, climate change shows up as flooded homes after heavy rain. So not rising global temperatures can average this. So those are challenges that people are battling with, and we need to know them. But the biggest question is whether these policies exist. We as youths, are we aware of these policies? Do they exist? Hmm? What community resilience really means is that first, are we going to build a strong community and relationship with us? So those are the issues that I wanted to put across. And I think from there, Kevin, I might come back to you because I don't want to talk too much because I felt like there are a number of gaps and the time allocation itself was so limited that I just saw it wise not to squander much of the speaker's time. And I'm back to you again, at least maybe if there are some few questions, then I can take them so that I allow other people also to present. I don't want to take more and much time tonight because I know other people are also here, maybe on the waiting room. They want to present, maybe. But what I have or what I want to advise you guys that could you guys come up with at least an, I don't know whether it is an app, so to call it, to at least cap this misinformation that is rampant on social media.
Yeah. So before we start the Q&A, me and Kaveen actually have a question ourselves. So as you know, we're building EnviroCast, which is an app that actually integrates AI and some of the next gen level things like quantum computing to actually accurately predict some climate information and stuff about like what type of things that everyday people are breathing in so they can really realize what it's doing to their health. So we were wondering what your status is about incorporating like next gen technologies to really help better the climate.
Sorry, come up again. I didn't listen to you very well. Just
Yeah,
come up.
so we were wondering whether what your stance is about incorporating next gen technologies like AI and quantum computing to better predict climate and help people be aware of what they're actually breathing in.
Also, okay, when you talk about incorporating AI in climate change or in irrigation systems specifically, I can say that, being that it might limit the labor that these guys are taking, to the farm, at least to, I don't know whether I got your question. I might be answering something different.
No, I think that's a great answer.
Okay. Oh, so I thought what it was that, being that incorporating this technology on irrigation systems themselves, they can help us at least to reduce the labor, that energy that is
Yeah.
being used on the farms, But the main challenge we have is that the technical know-how. You find that you might incorporate these technologies on climate change, but the consumptions itself, these people that are going to consume them, they don't understand. They are not well equipped with this technology. So it might just be there as something that is already dead. It is
Yeah.
dead on arrival. Yes. So
Exactly.
that is the main challenge. So the only thing we can do at least is to come up with a way on how we can simplify this technology to better them, how to come up with how we can make this language simpler to them so that if in case they are consuming or they are using it, they can use it perfectly.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's very important. And I think some people in the chat are also asking questions. So, Kaveen, if we could get Ninja's question on here. So, Ninja is asking on the issue of climate change, how do you think governments can better work through legislation with youth and international bodies to help educate and mitigate or make clear the effects.
Okay, fine. What I can say is that the government themselves, at least they can assign tasks to number of youths, maybe if they give them regions, at least to send them to specific regions that are being affected to at least explain for them, because I understand that some people are not that highly educated, but this challenge of education sometimes, so we the youth that are educated can at least break these laws, rules and regulations that the government are putting in place, at least to make other communities understand better.
For sure. And then finally, we have one last question from Altier. As you are someone who works directly with climate policy, is there a space or discussion about tech integration and improving current systems and models? I think you kind of touched on already with the discussion about AI and EnviroCast, but I guess from more of a government standpoint, what does that look like?
Okay, this one, as I had already mentioned earlier, is that, if we try to incorporate this AI thing on irrigation or maybe on consumption of water, I want to give an example of urban cities. We in Africa, you find that the water that we consume are from pipe, that we just consume directly from the sink. It is not water that is treated. So if we can incorporate artificial intelligence, at least to provide, to detect these, the so-called contamination, on pipes. Maybe the water is infected, I will just go to the sink, take a cup, just to drink it. So if in case we can incorporate AI, and at least AI can help us detect whether there is contamination, then that would be better. At least it would enhance these challenges that we are battling with concerning these clean water. I think you get.
Yes.
I think that's
Yeah.
the last of the questions we have, Mr. Ademba. Thank you for your time. I think your impact is very noble and it's very aligned with our mission here to actually use technology to make the climate a better place. And I'd love to discuss it with you later on a more personal note, but thank you for your time.
Thank
Okay,
you so
thank you
much.
very much. Thank you.
So that was a great talk. Next up, we have our fourth Block 3 speaker, Mr. Antarip Kaur. So whenever you are ready. Hello.
Hello, how are you, Kevin and Arnav?
We're doing quite well. How are
Yeah,
you?
we're doing great.
Okay, so first of all, thanks, and it's a great to present about the EnviroCast. And so the main thing here, like we are working on with the AI technologies integrating with the systems and continuing with work. So one of the main thing we are talking about right now is we want to integrate AI systems, but we know that it's power hungry, and most importantly, it's takes a lot of money, and the finance, that's one of the biggest issue. So I want to present, you can see my slide.
We are able to.
Okay, so I hope everyone is able to see this. So let's talk about a little bit about my background. I'm a student and I'm working on AI systems such that it could be deployed on a very small scale. Right now, if we're talking about climate change and we're talking about environment, one of the issue was that AI is powered by cloud systems, which are power hungry. Latency is a huge issue, and the thing is it takes a lot of power. One of the things that we are right now going to address is how we would be able to make these models run in a very small efficient manner that it could last on a battery powered devices, that same battery powered devices that you run on your phones to your smart devices and even your smart watches. In general words, I'm researching on how your mobile phones and your smartwatches could run AI models that are running on an offload of a cloud systems. So as you can see, the diagram is just a very basic about how a chip level design. So we have a lot of systems in the cloud and GPUs and CPUs, but in the microcontrollers, or I would say very small devices such as mobile phones, they don't have this kind of architecture, and hence issues are with the model as well as the storage systems. So the thing is, there are a lot of algorithms, and already there are. Now the thing is, many of have heard about PyTorch or TensorFlow models. So these are some kind of code that is using an interpreter, or I would say a layer of operating system to run AI on your devices. So the issue with that is it takes a lot of RAM. And what I would say is, we are trying to run AI models on not on 8 gigs of RAM or 1 GBs of RAM, but on one less than 1 megabytes. In reference, I would say it's like 1,000 times less than a 1 GB consisting. So this one of the main issue that we're trying to solve is uh, making the models upload on these microcontrollers or these systems. So one of the main thing is, this is a basic graph of I would telling is that how the microcontrollers, or I would say your devices, can able to run these, and the latency is very low, but the thing is it has compression issues. Now if you're having on basic LLM models and we are trying to do it, so it is having an issue. We cannot be able to done it properly, right? So LLMs cannot be still run, the very large language models, chat GPTs and Claude cannot run in these small devices, right? But for now we are just putting up on these basic systems that should not require cloud models. So it may be a visual wake word, like if it's a Jarvis, it should wake me up. The transcription from like speech to text, or anomaly detection using camera vision and stuff, right? So how we do it is actually we are actually reducing its accuracy, reducing its calculation points in such a way that it could run on a small devices having less than 1 MB of RAM, but still be able to make that working of possible. So the thing is, the chip that we are right now running is doesn't have configuration. So we are continuing with our configuration. A particular designated silicon chips has been designed such that it could run a particular code, such that it could run an architecture, right? So this cannot be able to run our AI models today, and that's why FPGA had been introduced. These are models that these are chips and boards that would able to create your own chipsets logic system via the gates and programmable, and it would help to map AI in a very easy manner. So if I shift to this is what I'm trying to tell. Right now an AI system costs more than 20 to 40 more than $1 million to set up a huge cloud area. And with this we can just a very basic simple application to convert speech to text, we are taking about more than 10 to $20 of resource. We are harming the nature, we are getting up the heat, the any other resource that we're using, such that it's harming earth. And the thing is, we are addressing the issue using an AI, and we are still telling we should use AI to help the environment. But while we are running to help help that environment, we are already damaging it more. So this is one of the main thing that we are working on, such that that could be reduced and actual AI can be used here. Now in here, chances is not everyone is like aware about it. Most of the part is like we are focusing on like a big system running AI models and it's perfectly doing it. But the thing is, it isn't. The work should be done in a way such that we could be able to run LLMs. Definitely one day we would be able to run LLMs on these small devices, but right now these are just an application that we could be able to do it very far easier. And next part of it is that we have been introduced with the MCU net part, which is perfectly domination. in the CNN procedure. So while we are using this processors, FPGA boards, we are having a creation of MCUNet, which is provides a way in such a way that it could run without TensorFlow, without PyTorch. We would be creating our scratch interference such that the layer heavy RAM usage and storage issues in constrained devices could be removed. So this was how we are using, and this is what my main research is, and how I'm able to do. So currently I'm working on system that we would be helping LLMs to run on these small tiny devices one day, maybe in your smartwatches, without doing any of it, and I hope it does. Lastly, I would say that the thing is, AI is also a bit financially expensive to start, and I guess this is one of the thing that would help a lot of other people to learn AI, especially in other areas, like backward areas, that would be able to run this up by a small device, and you will able to run AI models. And that's the one of the thing that how it should be work. And other than that, it's like we are talking about impact, edge AI, and everything, but we still think that AI should be in everyone's pocket, and that's where it all starts with my research. And I guess the future, I don't think the future about anything about cloud or will be there in some areas. Definitely, cloud is one of the things that started this AI era for everyone to access. But when we are going into deep space, I don't think we would be able to handle this much. And I guess we need that tiny hardware system that could able to run on the small spaceships. And not only that, if you're talking about anything, if you we are able to implement AI in a very well manner in a hardware system closely related into tiny pockets, I think everyone in this would easily avail the thing, and we can make the hardware thing not for humans but for the planet we are living in. Thank you. This was Antrap here.
Thank you, Antar. That was a great speech. I think that was really resonating with us too, because we obviously use CNNs and LSTMs in our own models, and I think that really touched with us on a technical note. But I'd like to open the door to some questions. Kavin, if you could pin one.
So, first from Steven, yeah, can you tell about your background? Looks like you've done some great work and research.
Yeah, sure, definitely. Okay. So, if I start about, so I've been firstly start work with a basic Arduino, but when I got into more, and I think I started learning as a micro, started with the Python, and that's why using electronics to this that's why I think I'm working on with edge AI systems. If talking about my background about how I got into this research stuff is I've been doing freelancing about IoT stuff, and with the freelancing I learned that there are some issues that API keys and everything and that hectic stuff. And after all, I got to learn more. In 3 to 4 years I've been constantly working on how I could integrate AI system easily into electronics, and I have some papers. Right now, there is one papers which would help humans to detect using Wi-Fi systems. Like only using Wi-Fi, we don't have any cameras in the system. We just have your modem, and I could able to configure where are you in the room, different persons. So this is one of my research, which is on an IEEE. Other than that, I've been working on other systems, and I hope you would be able to see. And right now, I am in the lead for Global Dream Connect. So we are making AI systems available for the research citations and everything. And that's how I've been working on.
Yeah, so I think we have another question from Ninja right here. So Ninja's asking, what have you found to be the most effective in mitigating bandwidth constraints in FPGAs?
Okay, so the main issues with the FPGA is that first thing is expensive, but the second thing about the bandwidth is that we need to close the main issue is with our hardware only. Right now we are using copper traces, which has a limit that we cannot move our data up to the speed of, like, it's less than half of the speed. It's like less than what we are want to, and we want to move our data with the light speed. I think right now the issue is with our hardware and how we are connecting different systems. Right now we have been working with fiber optics. As right now we every Wi-Fi system which is in 5 gigahertz is using fiber optics, using glass and silicon based system that could transfer data rates in the speed of light. And I think when we are able to integrate that with FPGA boards, with chips having to communicate with other devices or other modules with the help of light or speed or with the fiber optics, that would help to mitigate whatever the bandwidth constraints are there in the FPGA.
Yeah, so before we close off, I have a question from myself here. So for your classical CNNs, I think it's pretty well known that they have pretty poor generalization on smaller varied data sets, and they also struggle with spatial relationships. So I wonder how you're going to be able to like deal with that issue and those constraints.
Okay, yeah. So one of the thing is, while we quantize the system, it reduces accuracy and hence it's getting a very poor output, right? One of the main thing is that.
Yeah.
So what we are doing is, there is one thing which we are implementing, which is tiny NAS. Right now,
Mhm.
I have talked about PyTorch and TensorFlow. So these are particular models that specifically, like, they are for a generic chip system, and they just access some part of the chip and they're running it, and it's like overloading the system and poor data set is generated, right? But with the other algorithm, which is tiny NAS, what we're doing is we are taking the CNN models, optimizing for the tiny NAS system. These tiny NAS system uncovers the whole section of the chip rather than just putting it up on directly on what part of it should be hard coded. Like right now it's hard coded, and that's why the issue is coming. That is actually going onto the chip system and completely reconfiguring itself on the chip, and that's how we are doing it.
Yeah, that's very fascinating. I think I'm going to take some tips from that as well for our own convolutional neural networks. But I think that might be the time limit. So, once again, thank you for a very great technical presentation. I really loved it. I'm sure the chat did as well. But thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Definitely. Thanks, man. And I hope to complete it. And I guess it's a great show. And well done, guys. Good luck with the conference.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much. So now that is our first 10 speaker for 4 speakers. And now we're just going to go into what is a short break just to give speakers a bit of time to get ready, as we have a few more international speakers next round. So until 11:50 a.m. CST, we're just going to have a short take. You can feel free to get some water, get a snack, and just quickly prepare for the next section. Thank
Yeah,
you so
8
much
minutes.
for staying tuned. Okay, I hope everyone had a few minutes to get ready, take a break, and now have the opportunity to come back and listen to some talks. I think Arnav will be joining back in a few seconds. And now we're going to start continuing Block 3 with our final 4 speakers of Block 3. So, the next speaker that we have ready is Javier Reminiscetti. He is a student leader with experience in robotics, applied engineering, problem solving, and teamwork in both competitive and collaborative environments. He has listed as an active contributor for sustainability and service, and he's also an integral member of Farm to Tray, which is the organization that he will be talking about concerning hydroponics and sustainable agriculture education. So please do welcome Olivier to the stage. Take it away.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Hey, Abia.
Yes, your audio is a bit low, but yeah, we are able to hear you.
Okay. Thank you guys for having me. Hold on. Let me get started real quick. Can y'all see it?
Yes, we are able to see it.
All right. All right. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Once again, huge thanks to Kaveen, Arnav, and EnviroCast for having me. A little bit about myself. My name is Olivier. I'm a sophomore that goes to James Clemens High School in Madison, Alabama. And to start off, I want all of you to ponder about this question. How much of human opportunity is determined long before effort or ambition even enter the picture? One of the clearest places that we see this question play out is in how we understand poverty. So when we talk about poverty, we usually talk about income or education or access to opportunity. Those things matter substantially. But here's the reality. There's another factor that quietly shapes all of them, and we almost never talk about it. And that factor is soil, the backbone of prosperity and the basis for life. Not money, not education, not location, and not access to resources. Soil. Born into favorable circumstances, I didn't grow up thinking about soil. In fact, most of us don't. Soil is invisible until something goes wrong, until crops fail, until food gets expensive, until certain communities are always stuck relying on whatever food happens to reach them. However, I had an epiphany after noticing a pattern that felt uncomfortable but undeniable. In places of prosperity, the soil is rich. It's tested. It's protected. It's supported by resources, technology, and infrastructure. In places with wealth, the ground itself is an asset. But in many high poverty areas, the soil tells a different tale. It's depleted, polluted, and more often than not, unusable. And that singular difference shapes everything. It shapes what kind of food can be grown. It shapes whether or not food can be grown at all. And ultimately, it shapes who gets access to fresh, healthy nutrition and who doesn't. This isn't an accident. It's the result of decades of industrial zoning, environmental neglect, redlining, disinvestment, and social stratification embedded in policy, planning, and political power. When factories are placed near certain neighborhoods, the soil absorbs heavy metals. When land is ignored for generations, nutrients disappear. Once soil is damaged, recovery can take decades. Decades a population may not be able to afford. It might be easy for us to tell communities to just grow their own food. However, we're often ignoring the ground beneath their feet, and moreover, the ground's ability to facilitate plant life. And that's where hydroponics comes in. Hydroponics is a method of growing plants without soil. Instead of dirt, plants grow in water enriched with nutrients. The roots are supported, the plants get exactly what they need, no more and no less, and this growth happens in a controlled environment. At first, that might sound like a niche science experiment, something futuristic, something expensive. But what this really beholds is something much bigger. The thing about hydroponics is that it removes one of the oldest assumptions in human history, that fertile land is a requirement for civilization. For thousands of years, civilization has been built around agriculture. And we see that where the soil was good, societies flourished. Where it wasn't, people struggled. Wars were fought over land. Borders were drawn around it. And suddenly, here's a system that says maybe land quality doesn't get to decide who eats anymore. Hydroponic systems use significantly less water than traditional farming because water is actually recirculated instead of being lost to runoff. They take up less space because plants can be grown vertically. And because the environment is controlled, crops can be grown year round, regardless of climate. But the most important impact isn't efficiency, it's equity. By removing dependence on land quality, hydroponics eliminates a barrier that has quietly reinforced agricultural success across generations. With hydroponics, food can be grown in urban neighborhoods, in abandoned warehouses, on rooftops, in schools, in places where the soil is toxic or non existent. And just the sheer impact of this idea is powerful. Because once we understood that, learning about hydroponics didn't feel like enough. Because knowledge without action has a shelf life. Eventually, it just turns into guilt. So, me and my friends asked a simple question: what could we actually do with this? That question became Farm to Trade. Farm to Trade is an initiative we undertook to educate students about hydroponic systems and their role in creating fairer food systems. But from the beginning, we knew we didn't just want to explain how hydroponics works. You can easily Google that. What we wanted to explain was why it matters, why food systems are tied to justice, why innovation isn't neutral, why who gets access to technology matters just as much as the technology itself. We focused on helping students understand that food insecurity isn't just about hunger, it's about power, it's about control over resources, and it's about whether communities have the tools to feed themselves with dignity. Now, here's the part where we hit a bump in the road. We were underclassmen. We didn't have funding, nor experience, nor credentials. But what we had was awareness and the willingness to act on it. And honestly, starting Farm to Trade was messy. There were many setbacks. There were moments when it felt pointless, when it felt like we weren't doing enough, when we wondered who would take us seriously. But what we ultimately realized was best expressed by former President Barack Obama, who once said, "Change will not come if we wait for some other person or if we wait for some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek." And all we needed was that motivation to keep going and a little bit of support along the way. And change starts by recognizing impact. Change doesn't start with perfection. It starts with participation. Through Farm to Trade, we focused on what we could do. We started conversations. We applied for grants. We talked to other students about how food justice and innovation intersect. We encouraged people to support hydroponics initiatives locally and globally. And something interesting happened. Momentum doesn't require scale, it requires belief. One of the most powerful things hydroponics has taught me is resilience. Plants don't stop growing because conditions aren't perfect. They adapt. They find new ways to access what they need. They respond to constraints with creativity. And that's a lesson for us. You don't have to be an expert to notice what's unfair. You don't have to be a policymaker to ask why things are the way they are. You just have to pay attention and keep going when the solution isn't within reach. Once people started seeing food systems differently, they started asking better questions, like where does my food come from? Why is fresh food harder to access in some neighborhoods? Who decides how land is used? Education creates curiosity. Curiosity creates engagement. That's when we realized that Farm to Trade wasn't just about hydroponics. It was about challenging societal norms. Hydroponics challenges the assumption that soil is essential for agriculture. Farm to Trade and any other student-led initiative in the world challenges another assumption, that students are too young to make a difference. Innovation isn't solely about technology. It's about mindset. It's about looking at inequality and refusing to accept it as inevitable. Because the future of food doesn't have to be limited by the soil beneath us. It can be shaped by innovation, by empathy, and by people who decide that inequality is a problem worth solving. So today, I want to leave you all with a challenge. Think differently about opportunity. Think differently about food. Think about where it comes from. Think about who has access to it and who doesn't. Support sustainable systems, share what you learn, and most importantly, don't underestimate the power of starting small. Thank you. A sustainable future awaits us.
Yeah, thank you, Abia. That was an incredible speech. I think that definitely resonates with all of us here and our sustainable goals as well. And I think some questions are flooding into the chat. So, Kevin, if you could just pin Ethan Hatif's. Ethan Hatif is asking, can you please explain a bit more on how soil degradation links back to redlining, like you mentioned, and other historical policies?
Yeah. So, like redlining was used as a tool for social stratification. Because essentially what it did was it concentrated factories and waste sites near like poor neighborhoods. So this led to soil that absorbed heavy metals and toxins. And so basically it rendered the land for these communities inefficient. Um, and because soil recovery can take decades that a population can't afford, these policies create like a barrier to fresh nutrition that we're now using hydroponics to bypass.
Okay. Now let's go into the second question from Steven. What are the biggest limitations and fail points when trying to scale hydroponics into urban environments and I think more environments?
Yeah, that's a good question. So really, the biggest limitation is the high upfront costs for the equipment and like the constant need for reliable access to electricity and clean water. I understand it can be viewed as expensive, which makes it difficult for underfunded communities to adopt this form of agriculture. But by focusing on like water recirculation systems, we can overcome like the physical space and water constraints. So then it just becomes a question of financial capability. So
Yeah, so I think Ninja's asking another question in the chat. Ninja's asking, how do you think the youth can best reach out to policymakers / legislators to advocate for food equity and presenting hydroponics as a feasible alternative?
Sorry, hold on. So the youth needs to present like hydroponics as a sustainable solution to to other forms of agriculture that aren't sustainable. So by collecting data from initiatives such as like Farm to Tray, students can provide legislators with proof that community-led technology can overcome land barriers. So the goal really is to show that we aren't just asking for help. We're presenting a future-proof model that deserves legislative backing.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think it really connects to the diplomatic aspect of what we're really talking about. And I think it also connects back to the sustainable goals that you were talking about and how we should all strive to actually help the future become a more sustainable place for not only us, but for our future generations to really strive in. So I think that's the last of the questions, unless there's some more coming in.
I think that should be it for right now.
Yeah. Oh, wait, there's another one.
Oh, I think this is very similar to a previous one that was talking about limitations.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that was it. Thank you so much, Avier.
Thank you so much for having me, guys.
Yeah, you made some great points about hydroponics and sustainability. I think that resonates with a lot of people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, perfect. So now we're going to go to the sixth speaker in block 3, Miss Sojanya Kari, if you are ready.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. So let me share my screen. Hi all, I'm Saujanya Karri, currently working as Principal Technical Engineer in Oracle. And today I want to talk about this topic, explainable generative AI models for anomaly detection in transactional finance data. So anomaly detection in financial transactions is the critical component in combating fraud, ensuring regulatory compliance, and safeguarding user trust. With the exponential growth of digital transactions in the financial sector, the threat has significantly expanded and making anomaly detection a very critical component. Anomaly transactions, often indicative of fraud, money laundering, require timely, and accurate detection mechanisms that can adapt to evolving patterns and behaviors. Traditional rule-based systems, and even some machine learning models, fall short in detecting these anomalies in high-dimensional and dynamic financial data. In recent years, deep generative models such as variational autoencoders and generative adversarial networks have shown very promising in modeling the normal distribution of transactional data and also identifying outliers based on reconstruction error or latent space deviation. However, despite their accuracy, the lack of transparency and interpretability in these models in regulated financial environments where decisions must be auditable and explainable. So, this research aims to bridge the gap by integrating explainable artificial intelligence, which is known as XAI, methodologies into generative AI models, enabling not only robust anomaly detection but also transparency and trust in financial decision systems. So, while the quick digitization of financial services have greatly increased convenience, it has also led to an increase in unusual and fraudulent activity. Finding anomalies that can point to fraud, money laundering, or data tampering has become crucial given the millions of transactions that take place in real time. Generative AI models such as variational autoencoders and GANs. So these autoencoders have gained popularity for their ability to learn complex distributions and also identify irregular transactions without needing explicit anomaly labels. In order to get around this, more and more academics are looking into combining generative models with explainable AI. Deep learning is being used in conjunction with methods such as SHAP, attention mechanisms, and interpretable latent spaces to improve transparency without sacrificing any performance. So, this combination creates new opportunities for creating reliable, interpretable, and also to accurate fraud detection systems. While deep generative models like VAEs have demonstrated strong performance in detecting anomalies in financial transactions, their inherent black box nature presents a serious challenge in real world deployment. Financial institutions operate in heavily regulated environments where automated decisions must be transparent and auditable. Current generative models often lack mechanisms for explaining why a particular transaction was flagged as anomalous and limiting user trust and regulatory acceptance. Moreover, although post hoc explanation tools like SHAP and LIME are commonly used, their predictions, they are rarely integrated with the model's architecture, which is leading to inconsistencies between predictions and explanations. There is a critical need for a unified approach that combines the anomaly detection capabilities with built-in interpretability features and enabling both high detection accuracy and transparent decision making. And the primary objective of this research is to develop an explainable generative AI framework for detecting anomalies in financial transaction data. Specifically, the model aims to integrate variational autoencoders with attention mechanisms and SHAP-based explanation layers to achieve both high anomaly detection accuracy and interpretability. So here in this research, we proposed an explainable VAE framework that integrates attention mechanisms with the decoder and incorporate SHAP values to enhance interpretability of anomaly detections. And we conducted extensive evaluations on the IEEE CIS fraud detection dataset, which has very competitive performance compared to the baseline models such as isolation forest, standard VAE, etc. And for financial decision systems to be transparent and trustworthy, explainable AI is a very essential. In order to help analysts comprehend model predictions, methods such as SHAP offer feature attribution based on the Shapley values. So this is the proposed framework where the data set is mainly divided into two primary data, like the train transaction CSV, which contains transactional features such as transaction amount, product type, card details, and email. And the other one includes transactional features such as device type, browser, screen resolution, and operating system. So model performance and generalizability depend on high quality data pre-processing, particularly in delicate areas like fraud detection. Despite having many features, the dataset has a large number of missing values, anonymized fields, and inconsistent entries that may interfere with learning. To deal with this missing data, we need to align identity and transaction files without affecting the essential transactional patterns. So this proposed framework integrates the variational autoencoders with the attention mechanism and SHAP-based explanation to enable both anomaly detection and interpretability. And as shown in this picture, pre-processed transaction data is passed through the encoder to generate a latent representation, which is then refined using an attention layer to highlight important patterns. And this enriched latent code is used by the decoder to reconstruct the original input, and the anomalies are identified based on the reconstruction errors. In parallel, the latent representation is also processed by the SHAP-based explanation, which generate feature attributions offering insights into why a particular transaction was flagged and anomalous. The model also incorporates an interpretability aware loss to encourage transparency in learning. This architecture ensures a balance between accuracy and explainability, which is very critical in financial systems. In addition to acting as the information bottleneck, the latent space is very essential for identifying underlying transaction patterns. Using the latent representation, the decoder network recreates the initial input. The decoder incorporates an attention mechanism to enhance interpretability and focus. And this technique effectively highlights which features contribute more to each reconstruction by learning to give dynamic weights to various latent dimensions. So these are the results. So the experimental design, baseline comparisons, and performance assessment of the suggested explainable framework are presented in this section. So to validate the performance of proposed explainable VAE framework, we compared it against three widely used baseline in unsupervised anomaly detection. So isolation forest, we already know, a tree-based assemble model that isolates anomalies through recursive partitioning. Standard VAE, which is without any attention or SHAP, which is used to test the impact of interpretability layers. GAN-anomaly is a GAN-based anomaly detection method using encoder, decoder, encoder structure. So these baselines were selected due to their popularity and success in fraud detection settings. And the performance of all these models are assessed using standard classification metrics derived from the confusion matrix, the precision, recall, F1 score, and AUC. Precision is the proportion of predicted frauds that were actual frauds. Recall means the proportion of actual frauds that were successfully detected. F1 score is the harmonic mean of precision and recall. AUC is the area under ROC curve, which measures overall discriminative ability. So this is the other results slide where we can see the proposed model outperformed all baselines across precision, recall, F1 score, and AUC metrics. The proposed model achieved strong performance across multiple metrics, outperforming baseline models on both detection and interpretability. So as shown here, the precision is 0.81, recall is 0.72, F1 score is 0.76, and AUC score is 0.91. So this demonstrates the model's ability to effectively detect fraudulent transactions while maintaining a low false positive rate. So the suggested explainable VAE effectively strikes a balance between interpretability and detection performance. And also we have a few limitations exist. The SHAP computation is resource intensive, and model performance may downgrade in real time streaming due to retraining needs. But still, the framework lays a strong foundation for future enhancements such as hybrid models with transformers or multimodal learning involving transaction text and metadata. So, in order to detect anomalies in financial transactions, this study suggested an explainable generative AI framework based on variational autoencoder coupled with attention mechanisms and sharp explanations. The model met the requirements for accuracy and interpretability in regulated environments by successfully identifying fraudulent values. With an F1 score of 0.76 and the AUC of 0.91, the experimental findings on the fraud detection data showed very good performance. Though integrated explanation layers, the suggested approach demonstrated enhanced anomaly identification while preserving interpretability when compared to baseline models. This approach can be improved for computing efficiency and expanded for real-time fraud detection in subsequent work. Further improving performance and scalability in financial systems may involve investigating transformer-based or hybrid designs and integrating multimodal data sources. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. It was very in depth on the research, and I really liked how it put together the different processes and methodology while explaining all the different technical elements. So we do have a few questions. First from Ethan Hatif. What does a day in the life look like for you as a technical engineer at Oracle?
Yeah, it's good. Like we are learning, a lot of things every day from work, and also internally we have lot of we have Oracle learning and all, where we have lot of topics and sessions available. So we used to attend those sessions, and we improve our growth by going through different certification courses and then writing those certifications and improving skills in the day-to-day activities.
Yeah, so we have another question from Stephen Navarro right now. It's saying, what inspired you to get into tech and work with tech engineering?
Yeah, so I felt like the tech engineering is challenging because we have a lot of things to improve, learn, and also we have more leadership roles. So if we have any goal to have a leadership in any future projects, or if we have a dream of doing any leadership activities in future, I felt like the tech industry is very good platform to work on it.
Yeah.
And then another question from Ethan Hatif. In terms of computational efficiency, I think you mentioned that around there and also at the end. What are metrics and ways to improve it?
So I felt like in so many, we are still lagging on identifying some suspicious behavioral activities where we need to improve that. And to do that, we need to make our model and train the model with more testing data with different types of anomaly detection data sets and all, so that we can have good improvement in those areas.
Yeah, so before we leave off, I'd just like to say that was an incredible talk. I think we really dove into the technical elements of like the architecture. I think that really resonates with us here as well because of the amount of technical work we do to keep our platform up and going up. And also, I'd like to connect with you later on personally too. I'm sure Kavit would as well, but I think time allows us right now. So I think we can move on to the next one if you're good.
Thank you very much for providing me
Thank
this
you so much.
Yeah.
So our next speaker is Amy Nangia. If she is ready, we can go ahead. Okay. Okay. Hello.
Okay. Hi. Let me share my screen.
Okay. We'll just be off the screen, but you can start whenever you're ready, as soon as your screen is up.
Okay. Could you see my screen?
Yes, it's available.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Amy Nangia, and I'm currently a senior at Michael E. DeBakey High School for Health Professions in Houston, Texas. One of my main extracurriculars I'm involved in is epilepsy research at Baylor College of Medicine. And today I'm going to talk about youth-led solutions for environmental and health challenges. So let's get right into it. So here on the screen, you could see two images. One is a polluted beach and another is a misfiring neuron. So at first glance, what do they have in common? Nothing really. One is buried in plastic waste and the other is hidden deep inside the human brain. But both systems are overwhelmed by imbalance and both are waiting for intervention. Neither system collapsed overnight, but both showed warning signs long before a crisis became visible. And in both cases, the evidence is already in front of us. The real question is whether we have the data to fix it and whether we are willing to act on what we know. So this image on the left shows the change in global average temperature from 1880 to 2022 compared to 1881 to 1910 baseline average. Each bar represents how much warmer or cooler a year was than the early industry average. The blue bars in the early years show slightly cooler temperatures, while the orange and red bars in recent decades show increasingly warming temperatures. With this graph on the left, we can track rising temperatures in real time. We can map and track neural activity down to individual cells. The evidence is not hidden. The science isn't unclear. The data isn't missing. But the real question we need to ask ourselves is what are we going to do with all this information? We often treat environmental issues and health crises as separate conversations. They are discussed in different departments and funded through different systems. But the human body doesn't recognize those divisions. Environmental conditions directly affect both physical and mental health. Heat waves can increase anxiety and stress levels over time. Air pollution has been linked to cognitive decline. Long-term environmental stress can influence how neural pathways develop and function. These effects don't happen in isolation. Rather, they reflect interconnected systems responding to shared pressures. When one system weakens, the others are affected as well. When multiple systems show signs of stress at the same time, it's important to pay attention. Rising global temperatures, increasing plastic production, and growing rates of anxiety and neurological conditions are all measurable trends. These patterns appear in different databases, but they move in similar directions. That parallel movement shouldn't be ignored, and it suggests that these pressures may be affecting all these systems at once. Correlation doesn't automatically mean causation, and we should be careful about drawing these conclusions too early on. However, consistent patterns across environmental and health data deserves serious investigation that we should further look at. Shared strain across systems often points to shared structural factors. Understanding how those connections allow us to move beyond isolated systems. If these trends are rising together, our response should also consider them together. When I started organizing beach cleanups, I thought I was solving a surface problem. I believe the goal was simple: remove trash and leave the shoreline cleaner than we found it. But as we kept returning to these beach cleanups, I began to notice something deeper. The waste wasn't really random. The same brands, same materials, and same items kept appearing. The repetition revealed patterns that led upstream to supply chains, packaging systems, and consumer behavior. The beach wasn't just the origin of the problem, it was the endpoint of a much larger system. Once I understood that, the cleanup felt less like the solution and more like data collection. In neuroscience research, we study patterns, neural firing rather than focusing on a single event. One neuron firing on its own doesn't really provide much information. What matters most is how networks of neurons communicate and coordinate over time. When that coordination weakens or becomes irregular, systems can begin to appear. Cognitive changes, mood instability, and these behavioral shifts can often reflect deeper imbalances within neural circulation. Treatment is rarely about fixing one isolated neuron. Instead, researchers and many clinicians look at the system as a whole and identify how these different interact. Restoring balance means improving communication across pathways and stabilizing network activity. The brain functions best when its systems are coordinated together and are stable. Under sustained stress, that balance can break down. Like environmental systems, neural networks depend on stability to remain healthy. 1% reflects small, almost invisible changes, the kind that almost feels harmless and the kind we mainly ignore. Systems rarely collapse in a single moment. They shift 1% at a time. 1 degree warmer, one policy delayed, one stressor added. The change feels small, almost invisible. Then one day it looks sudden. As ecosystems collapse, a mental crisis health erupts. But the collapse was never almost sudden. It was accumulated over time, and early intervention is always easier than emergency response. We are not lacking information. In fact, we are surrounded by it. Climate dashboards track temperature changes in real time across the globe. Medical imaging allows us to observe the brain with increasing precision. Research findings are published and shared more quickly than ever before. We have also predicted tools that help us model future outcomes. AI can help us analyze patterns across massive data sets. Scientists can help us measure trends in environmental stressors and neurological health with accuracy. The evidence isn't hidden or inaccessible. It is available to governments, researchers, and the public itself. The challenge today is not discovering more data. It's deciding how we use what we already know. Information alone doesn't always create change. Translation into policy, practice, and behavior is what makes progress possible. The gap between knowledge and action is where the real work begins. So one thing we can do is talk about digital fluency. We have access to more information than any generation before us. We know how to use digital tools to analyze and to share that data. That makes it possible for us to turn evidence into action. We can see patterns quickly and to respond in real time. We are connected to people and ideas across the globe, and this connection allows small ideas to grow into larger movements over time. Another thing we could do is plan for an urgent intervention. We will live in the long-term effects of climate instability. Rising temperatures and extreme weather will shape our future. Mental health trends are already affecting a generation. Healthcare systems are feeling increasing pressure. These challenges are not distant or abstract for any of us. They directly impact our lives and the world we are growing into. So, how do we turn data into action? Change doesn't always happen by accident or intention alone. It begins with understanding the problem itself and looking at what the evidence or information is. It requires measuring what is actually happening instead of relying on assumptions. And it also requires people working together across different roles and communities. And it also requires building systems that allow solutions to continue even after the initial motivation fades. So, how do you do this? You could start local at a school board meeting or city council meeting in your hometown. Change often begins at a local level. Like I said before, schools, communities, and city governments are places where young people can speak and be heard. Local systems are where policies can sift more quickly. Small changes at this level can influence these larger systems over time and make an impact. So, lastly, I just want to leave you guys with a quote. Data can show us what is happening, but it cannot decide what we do next. That decision belongs to us. So, we have climate reports, we have medical research, we have predictive models. Information alone cannot create change. It only becomes more powerful when it leads to decisions. Knowledge without action is just archived evidence. So, if we have the data, what are we waiting for? We understand these patterns. We see the connections between environment and the health. We have the tools to analyze and respond. The remaining question is whether not whether change is possible, it's whether we are willing to move forward from awareness to action. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, my LinkedIn is on screen along with my Gmail.
Yeah, so I think that was a very important presentation, as in, I think all of us need to consider the impacts of these upcoming technologies like AI on things that can actually affect us, like medicine and biomedicine. And I've seen the prevalence of diseases like Alzheimer's disease, for example, which is not known to have any cure. And I could see that AI is currently working on it, and it can help streamline this and make a better future for us all. And also admire the community work that you're doing to actually help serve our community and impact it, rather than just taking a passive stance. And I think that's exactly what EnviroCast Furthering the Future stands for. It stands for people like you who are actively striving to make a change, make a difference in the community, and are actually using this technology to actually help further the future, as in the name suggests. So I think Kaveen can start reading some questions.
So we don't have any questions yet in the chat. I think it was a very comprehensive presentation, so a lot of it was covered. We can maybe wait 1 or 2 minutes and see if anything is populating. I have put your contact information in the live chat though, so if anyone does want to access that, her LinkedIn and email is there. Let's see. Okay, we do have a question here from InspireX again. Here. How can AI help solve bigger medicine challenges like cancer?
I would say that AI can help us solve these medical challenges by detecting disease earlier through imaging analysis, personalizing treatments using like genetic data, accelerating drug discovery, and predicting these patient outcomes to improve survival rates later on. Yes.
Okay, for sure. Let's see. I think we're still maybe waiting on a few questions. Maybe people are still typing. But just to describe the presentation overall, I'd like to say it was very comprehensive, as in it considered both environmental and medical perspectives, and also evaluated, obviously, the big factor of how youth are shaping it, especially now more than ever. The increased possibilities for youth are really allowing them to do a lot more great things. So yeah. I think if there are no further questions, we can move on. But thank you so much, Amy, for the excellent presentation.
Thank you so much for having me, EnviroCast.
Okay, thank you. So now we have our 8th speaker and our final speaker of Block 3. Manitola, are you ready?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
ready.
Perfect. So
Okay.
you can start whenever you're ready. Me and Arnav are just going to be off screen. Are you going to be
Yeah.
sharing anything?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll let you know once it's ready.
Okay.
You can go ahead and share your screen.
There was an issue with my file, so let me try again.
Okay.
Okay, is it uploaded now?
I'm able to hear your voice and see your video, but I don't see the screen share.
Okay, I can read. Okay. Now can you see it?
I still don't see the screen share.
Okay.
Do you see the share screen option
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
platform? Okay.
And now?
Yes, it's starting to load. Okay. I think it's just a bit late.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. We're able to see it. Perfect.
Oh. Okay, my name is Mannatullah Som, and I'm from Egypt, a Buristan school. And now imagine being a student who feels stressed, lost, and completely unsupported. No guidance through school life or even your own goals. For millions of students, this isn't imagination, it is reality. And I know this feeling because I was one of those students. But instead of accepting it, I decided to build something that could change it. And in the journey, I learned lessons no textbook or lecture or even any teacher could ever teach. Today, I want to share how empathy, iteration, and community can turn a student idea into a real-world impact, even before graduation. My journey began with a, my journey began with Polaris. Polaris is an AI app designed for students to help them in personal growth. It helps students build healthy habits, check in or mental well-being, strengthen social confidence, and organize academic lives. But during testing, over 100 students used Polaris for 6 weeks. Data showed 50% to 80% improvement in habit. But I quickly discovered something surprising. The hardest part wasn't coding. The hardest part was truly understanding the students' struggles. That's when I learned my first lesson. Empathy must come before technology. Technology alone, no matter how advanced it is unless if it doesn't meet real human needs. But building Polaris was not smooth. First prototype failed, features weren't engaging users, didn't respond, technical limits forced redesigning. Then we ran 3 major prototype versions and collected feedback from 50 plus students each time. Then I learned my second students, which is failure is not the opposite of success. It is the process that creates it. So fail, learn, then build again. That is the process. Fail, learn, then build again. You only learn what works by testing, iterating, and adjusting based on real data. So just fail, learn, then build again. Then I discovered something bigger. Technology alone is not enough. I helped lead the Uber Robotics Club in my school community. We started with only 5 oil sensors, 3 motors, and a lot of determination. So no lab, no budget, just the determination. We built 10 small projects, mentored over 20 younger students, and turned curiosity into opportunity. Lessons learned from that. Real impact grows when you empower others. And that is my third lesson I learned from my journey. Impact grows through people. So, one minute, please. Sorry for that. There is an issue in my lab. So give me 1 minute, please. Okay, so let's continue. Players support us individuals, the robotics community supports people together, and both taught me that mentorship and action are what transform ideas into lasting change. So what do these experiences teaches us? That innovation is not about ideas alone. It is about understanding people deeply, improving through continuous iteration, and building systems that lift others. Even when resources are limited, even when the path is unclear, even when failure happens, you don't need to wait to graduate to create real impact. Start with what you have, test your ideas fearlessly, and most importantly, lift others as you rise. Lift others as you rise. Because the future doesn't belong to those who wait. It belongs to those who act today, learn through experience, and create a change that reaches for beyond themselves. So just you need to accept the failure and learn from it. Then build again and try to build again and leave others. Then thank you. So,
Okay, thank you so much for your talk. There still are a few questions in the chat, so
Yeah.
let's go with.
So I think Ethan
Ethan's.
Hatif asks, how did you go about building Polaris? I think you might be frozen.
Okay, we can wait a few minutes and see if we're able to.
Yeah, I think we should wait a bit.
Okay. Hopefully she'll reconnect. Okay, I'm not sure if she's been able to rejoin, but we can still give her a few minutes.
Yeah, I think
it shows
we'll give her
she's active
until.
on LinkedIn.
Yeah, we'll give her until 12:50, I think.
Okay. Oh, she said her network is shut down. Okay, she said she's working on reconnecting and she'll be back in the meeting.
Yeah, perfect.
She said she'll take about 2 minutes to get her connection.
Yeah.
Okay, I think Manitoa is still struggling with her Wi-Fi issues, but what I can do at the minimum is place her contacts in the chat.
Yeah. I think that's
If
probably
anyone
the
does
best.
still have a question, you can refer to those contacts, and hopefully she will be able to answer your questions then. So now for the next segment, we're just going to have a short, quick demo and also a Q&A about the platform that we're building in EnviroCast, the benefits that it provides, and really the specific features concerning that. So I think let's just go into it whenever you're ready, Arnav.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. Right now, billions of people walk outside every single day without truly knowing what they're breathing. Air pollution is invisible, unpredictable, and often misunderstood. Traditional monitoring systems only tell us what pollution looks like after it's already happened, leaving communities, healthcare systems, and governments reacting instead of preparing. Our mission is simple but urgent, transforming environmental data into actionable intelligence that protects human health and empowers smarter decision making worldwide.
Now, air pollution is responsible for millions of premature deaths globally every year. In fact, in 2024, according to the Status of Global Air Report, there were 8.1 million deaths attributed to air pollution and air quality concerns. But truly, the challenge isn't just pollution itself, it's the uncertainty that comes with it. Most current forecastings are limited by the classical models that they are created with. They rely on those classical prediction methods, and they struggle with complex multivariate environmental intelligence and interactions. They lack personalization, meaning the individuals don't receive relevant insights to them specifically, tailored to their conditions or location. And in addition to that, urban planners need predictive data to regulate different things like traffic and emissions on more of the planning side and the governmental side. For more of a health perspective, healthcare professionals need exposure risk modeling. Researchers need accurate intelligence in terms of environmental intelligence, and the everyday people in public need to know whether stepping outside and breathing the air is safe. So the world doesn't just need environmental data, the world needs environmental foresight. And that is where we created EnviroCast. EnviroCast is a quantum enhanced, self recalibrating environmental intelligence ecosystem designed to not only forecast air quality, but also assess health risks, provide real time activity and decision support, as well as a multitude of other features. EnviroCast combines classical artificial intelligence along with hybrid quantum computing models, as well with multi agent recalibration systems to produce highly accurate multi-pollutant forecasts and also predictive environmental analytics.
Yeah, so within the EnviroCast ecosystem, to best actually tackle this challenge head on, we developed EnviroNext, an advanced simulation environment designed to actually explore environmental scenarios in real time. EnviroNext actually allows the users to visualize environmental trends, simulate pollution changes, observe how environmental conditions evolve over time, and actually understand for themselves what impacts these variables have on them as a person. So I'm going to share my screen real quick and demo it. So Kaveen, you can just tell me if you see it real quick. Yeah, do you see the screen?
I think it's loading on my end.
Oh, yeah. Oh, 1 second. Yeah, are you able to see the
There we
screen?
go.
Yeah.
Yes.
So here's EnviroNext. As you can see, we have our front-end UI here. And as soon as we enter the platform, we're greeted with a one-to-one replica of our globe here. And we could type in a city, for example. So I'm going to type in our home city of Houston. And as soon as we type it in, you can see that it's going to take a second, but it loads into Houston, the United States of America. And it gives you like all the basic features. Like as you can see, we have the air quality count here, but it also gives you pollutants in the environment like PM 2.5 and O3, and it basically tells you how much of each of these elements are actually in the environment at this moment, and it also compares it to the WHO limits. And this is actually really important because it encompasses our short-term for air quality forecasting, which is very important for us right now. So before we dive into these two AI features, we can real quickly look over quantum analytics right here. So as you can see, our quantum backend is able to actually predict how much it's going to be over 24 hours, the air quality stream. And you can see it's going to go down in our area right here. And you can see the model confidence here as well. And we have some statistics about our accuracy gap and our hybrid model. Here you can see our advantage over actually other people's models. And you can see that our green line model is much better at predicting with a uncertainty percentage of nearly 1% higher than everyone else in the market. And we also have our health analysis features right here, which are actually one of the most important factors, I think, of our model as well, because they actually tell you exactly what the pollutants in the environment are going to do for you specifically, and for how it's going to impact your health. And you could see that the health risks over here are predicted for the next 24 hours, and you can see all the pollutants in the atmosphere right here, as well as a sustainability timeline and recommendations for what you should actually be doing at the time with regards to the air quality. So furthermore, you could see some natural disasters over here using the NASA EONet telemetry, which is actually a satellite system, and you can see some predictions later on too, which is part of our actual environmental prediction model as well, which predicts natural disasters to an extent. We have our 2033 climate forecast, which is one of the most accurate climate prediction forecasts in the entire world, because it can predict up to 7 years into the future. And you could see the projected AQI actually rising each year as we go up because of the amount of pollution that's going to happen in the upcoming years. And you can also see the trajectory comparison right here, which basically shows you what's going to happen if you have clean energy adoption over the next 7 years, if you just keep going how it is, and if you just don't take any action. And you can see technology adoption and some other various factors here, which tell you exactly how much it's going to be over the next 7 years. And we also have the economy related features as well. So now let's dive deeper into our AI features. So as you can see, the Enviro AI impact analysis is currently loading. It's going to take around like 10 to 15 seconds, but yeah, it loads pretty early right now. So you can see that the impact analysis loaded, and it basically describes every single pollutant in words that everyday people can understand, because obviously not everyone in the world knows how to read complex graphs. So it puts this into actionable guidelines in words for you to actually follow and understand what's happening. And you can see some practical recommendations for the general public as well. But you can also see Climate Predict AI here, which is in beta right now, but it's one of our new incoming features, and it's basically going to take another 10 seconds to load. But what it does is it actually gives you predictions on every single factor of life that people would really care about. So it's taking a second to load here. But yeah, as you can see, it gives you a risk score right here. It tells you what type of day it is. Like for Houston right now, it's a low impact day. It tells you the worst hours and the best hours here. And for example, if you want to see like traffic and commute and how it's been impacted by pollution overall, you can get an hour by hour breakdown and see how much it's going to be. For example, at the hour 1900 military time, you can see congestion easing and air quality stable. And you can also see a variety of different things that people actually care about, like travel, health impacts, energy, utilities, and outdoor activities. And this is essentially everything that people want to and actually do care about for our EnviroNex. So we have our health data right here too, dashboard, which basically shows you exactly everything personalized to you, as you could actually fill out a quiz right here. You can set up your profile, and it asks you a couple of questions about yourself. And obviously, if you fill this out, it gives you a bunch of day-by-day breakdown of how it will actually impact your health personally, because everyone's condition is obviously different. Now, we also have another feature, which I'm going to share right now, which is our actual API. Second. Kevin, are you able to see the screen?
Yes, and I can go into it. So,
Yeah.
of course, EnviroNex provides the essential consumer tools and public health systems that everyday people need. But in addition to that, the true innovation of this happens when developers and researchers can build upon the infrastructure and algorithms that we're providing. And this is where this EnviroCast API becomes critical. So the EnviroCast API provides developers with direct access to the quantum-enhanced forecasting pipelines that we've created. And if we look, we have a very detailed documentation with a lot of different features to help you understand and get a grasp of not only how to use our algorithms, how to use the API, but what makes them work and what makes every little thing tick. So we have three main endpoints, and through these, they can retrieve different multi-pollutant forecasting. There's health risk indicators, climate pattern projections, environmental alerts, and there's also more metadata about confidence metrics, recalibration analytics. So what all these features put together, it enables seamless integration into, for example, smart city dashboards, healthcare platforms, software for researchers, and Internet of Things ecosystems. The API is just designed with production-grade latency optimization, has workload routing and fallback model orchestration to maintain its reliability even under global demand, to make sure that it's always and forever accessible.
Yeah, so our infrastructure is actually built for accessibility and global interpolability. interpretability. So we believe that environmental intelligence should not be restricted by geography or technological barriers. Through open developer integration, EnviroCast actually enables startups, governments, researchers, and organizations worldwide to actually build environmental awareness tools, not just using predictive infrastructure, but actually using our live quantum models. So what our models allow anybody to do is they allow people to actually around the world build whatever they want to build and actually allow them to furthermore integrate it into their own apps, like for example health apps or maybe even fitness apps. But it actually democratizes our algorithm right here. So we also have a mobile app that we're building right now. So this is because accessibility extends beyond actual developers and institutions. People actually need a way to use this, and most people are on their phones most of the time, which is why we are also currently developing a mobile infrastructure that is currently being published and reviewed by the Google Play Store. So right now, safety is the foundation of everything that we build here at EnviroCast. Environmental hazards are among the most underestimated public risks worldwide. By combining predictive environmental intelligence from our various models right here, you can see predictive and personalized risk modeling. So EnviroCast helps individuals worldwide make safer daily decisions, from outdoor exercise timings to travel planning and even health risk avoidance. We design systems that detect pollution anomalies early, monitor environmental instability continuously, and deliver alerts before exposure reaches dangerous levels. Our technology shifts environmental protection from reactive to actually penetrating the very core of the issue. So, Kameen, if you want to talk about
Yes.
our extended safety.
So continuing off of that, right here, continuing off of safety, safety also extends to community and infrastructural protection. So city planners can anticipate pollution surges and regulate traffic and emissions accordingly. Healthcare providers, as I mentioned before, they can look at exposure trends. And in addition to that, emergency response agencies, they can identify environmental hazards at the correct time before they really escalate into more public crises. And then entirely all of this combines together to make a protective layer for entire societies through environmental intelligence. So to summarize and put that all together, at EnviroCast, our mission is to transform environmental uncertainty into clarity. We believe that data should empower people, not overwhelm them. And we believe that scientific innovation should translate into real-world safety. And above all, we believe that the technology of the future should serve humanity's long-term health and sustainability.
Yeah, so all in all, innovation is not just about building advanced systems. It's about building systems that change lives, protect communities, and defend the planet we all depend on. The future of environmental protection cannot stop in monitoring pollution after the damage is done. The real future lies in prediction, in understanding invisible risks before they escalate, and in empowering people to take action before harm ever actually reaches them. EnviroCast is more than a platform. It is a step towards a world where environmental intelligence is not a privilege, but a universal safeguard, accessible, proactive, and built to protect every single community, no matter where you are in the world. The challenges ahead are massive, but so is our responsibility and our ability to actually solve them and tackle them head on. Thank you, and keep innovating, keep building, and keep dreaming.
So now we're going to delve into some Q&A. Of course, there might be a few questions that you might want to get a better understanding, or if you just want to see our thinking process. So I see a few questions in the chat, but anyone feel free to put some more in. I'm going to look at the first question. What originally inspired us to build EnviroCast? I can give a short answer. Our inspiration began actually right here in our home city of Houston. Unfortunately, Houston is one of the worst and the most notable areas in the United States when it comes to environmental struggles. So in the Houston metropolitan area, we have an F grade in terms of air quality, and we're also ranked as, I believe, the 7th worst nation in the region for air pollution, specifically ground level ozone pollution, which is one of the most dangerous and actually underestimated atmospheric threats. So we grew up in the city surrounded by that reality, and it really made the problem impossible to ignore for us. So in addition to that, what really struck us was how invisible the issue felt. People, like, they walk outside, go to commutes, exercise, they'll send their children to school and go about their daily life without truly knowing what they are breathing. And the systems that exist today often only tell us what happened after exposure has already occurred. And that really means that communities are forced into a reactive cycle. They only respond after the damage is done rather than preventing harm before it happens. And that's where EnviroCast really came into play, because environmental safety shouldn't be delayed, inaccessible, or uncertain. We should be able to predict into the future. So Houston was a starting point for this, but our mission is truly global, to transform this environmental uncertainty into intelligence, and intelligence into predictive protection.
Yeah, so I think I see another question from Avier, fellow speaker. So Avier is asking, what does success look like for EnviroCast 5 years from now? So I'd like to answer that. So success for EnviroCast 5 years from now means that people across the world can actually realize what they're breathing in. They actually have an understanding of exactly the pollutants and the risks that are out there. Success for EnviroCast would be using our technology to actually have predictive forecasting, not just hours or days into the future, but years into the future, where people and legislations can get actual actionable insight into what's going on with the pollution right now. Because as we know right now, the WHO classifies that 99% of people across the world are living in dangerous air condition and air quality, which is obviously a very big problem. These pollutants can get into your lung, they can get under your skin, and they could lead to major problems like cardiovascular and respiratory illnesses. However, we need to actually solve this by understanding that these problems are solved by actually knowing what's going to come next. If we know exactly what's going to come next, then we're going to have more actionable insight and a better way to actually solve it. And that is why we believe the success for EnviroCast 5 years from now will be integrating our technology into these types of streamlined paths.
For sure. I see another question from Ethan. Why are classical models not enough for environmental prediction? Great question. This was really like the foundation of our processes. To start by saying something, we all know the environment is a continually changing landscape. Environmental systems are just among the most complex prediction challenges in terms of science, because there's just so many complex variables, there's so much data to be processed, pre-processed, and evaluated. And there's also just an inherent randomness to the situation because of the human factor. So when we apply predetermined classical models that are more linear and predetermined, they tend to be rendered obsolete in about 1 or 2 weeks because of these specific environmental changes. For example, if we talk about pollution dynamics, they have a lot of chaotic atmospheric interactions, there's many nonlinear correlations, and high dimensional uncertainty the classical models simply struggle to fully capture. So in that way, traditional methods can only provide baseline information and forecast, but they often fail under volatility. For example, natural disasters, sudden industrial spikes, or multivariable coupling between heat, wind, and pollutants that continually affect each other. Now, with quantum processing and the multi-agent orchestration self-recalibration systems that we've developed, we're able to adapt our model to fit the situation consistently. And this is all without continual retraining and reconstruction that classical models have to go through. Of course, even then, we found that pure quantum systems can still struggle under noise, while, of course, pure classical systems struggle under data. So we decided to combine both of their strengths, to neutralize both of their weaknesses, and that's where we created the final product of the hybrid quantum classical architectures that have the power of quantum and the stability of classical for the most efficient, what we call a quantum recurrent neural network. So basically, to summarize, it's the overall inherent nature of the environment that makes classical models not enough for this, specifically due to variables and randomness. But that's where quantum computing and agentic AI really can find its place. I think you're muted, Arnav.
Yeah, so I think we have a question from Stephen Navarro here that's asking, when you talk about environmental intelligence, what does it actually mean beyond just air quality? So I think, Stephen, to answer your question, air quality monitoring, I think, is like checking the weather app and seeing it says it's raining. Environmental intelligence is like someone handing you an umbrella, rerouting your drive, texting your doctor, and even warning your soccer practice that the field is about to become a swimming pool. You can see the clear disparity between those two scenarios. Traditional monitoring is basically environmental spell check. It catches mistakes in the air, AQI, PM 2.5, levels, ozone levels even, but it doesn't tell you the full story. Environmental intelligence in what we do is like environmental autocomplete. It predicts what comes next, fills in the blanks, and helps you finish the sentence before nature finishes it for you. So at EnviroCast, environmental intelligence means turning raw pollution data into full decision-making pipeline. So first we read the air, that's the sensing layer. Then we decide how to decode the pollutants interact, because pollution doesn't travel solo. It forms what we jokingly call a smog squad, where chemicals team up and make each other even worse than they are. So then we forecast how those interactions evolve over time, where pollution moves and how it intensifies and where it dissipates. After that, we translate those forecasts into health risk modeling, because bad air isn't just bad air. It's missed school days, increased asthma attacks, strained hospitals, and disrupted economies all across the world. And this increasingly interferes with the livelihood and the liveliness of people all across the world as well. So finally, we convert all of that into real world guidelines through platforms like Climate Predict AI. So people don't just know that there is a problem, they know how to actually respond to that problem. Just think about a wildfire plume, for example. Traditional monitoring tells you smoke is here. Our environmental intelligence asks, where is the smoke going next? Which neighborhood gets hit first? Which populations are the most vulnerable? How will it affect flights, supply chains, and emergencies, and outdoor workers, etc.? And what interventions will actually reduce the damage before it happens? So our environmental intelligence system is actually proactive, and it takes the initiative to actually solve the problems rather than just stating that there is a problem. Because at the end of the day, knowing that the air is bad is just information. Knowing why it's bad, where it's going, who it will affect, and what decisions can actually reduce harm, that's what environmental intelligence actually is. And frankly, in a world where the environment is changing faster than ever, reacting is expensive, but predicting is powerful. Thank you.
For sure. And then I see another question from Maltier. I mentioned self-recalibrating multi-agent forecasting systems earlier, and he's asking, what does it really mean in practice? So in practice, what this means, obviously to break it down, first of all, multi-agent systems just mean we're integrating agentic AI, obviously different agents to work together, converse with each other, and really discuss and come to the best conclusions. Forecasting is obviously integrating that environmental intelligence, and self-recalibrating is the key part, because it allows us to combat the whole data drift and environmental changes that the environment provides. So what it does is it continually adapts to the situation. Of course, atmospheric conditions, they change constantly, and predictive systems have to respond in real time. So as I mentioned earlier, these specialized agents that we have, for example, there's like the anomaly agent, which identifies when there's huge differences. We have agents for uncertainty evaluation, for causal reasoning, pattern recognition from historical data, scenario planning, and even what's most important is the critic agent, which continually finds problems in other reasoning to make sure that everything is top notch. Now, together, these agents can work together to monitor those changes and detect any instability and instantly trigger that recalibration. And of course, the system is all automated, so it allows for continual insurance that the platform is resilient. Instead of requiring constant manual retraining, EnviroCast becomes self-correcting, adaptive, and reliable, even as the real world continually changes.
Yeah, so I think we have a question from Avier again. So he's asking, how do you prevent environmental forecasting from just becoming another data overload for users? So Avier, I think data is only powerful if it's digestible. Otherwise, it's just digital noise dressed up as intelligence. We prevent overload by turning environmental forecasting from a data fire hose into a decision compass. So instead of flooding users with numbers and like statistics and data, we actually translate those data statistics into clarity. People don't need to know every chemical in the air. They need to know whether the air is friend or foe. We also follow a simple rule. If information doesn't change a decision, it doesn't deserve attention. Our systems filter, prioritize, and personalize insights so users actually receive signals, not statics, because wisdom at the end of the day isn't just about knowing everything. It's about knowing what actually matters to the user. And environmental intelligence should inform choices and not just bury them. And that is why we need to do our best to make sure that people actually know exactly what it is and how it is affecting them, not just know that there's like, for example, a 85% chance that this is going to happen. That is why we are not just a data overload.
Okay, and now let's go into another question from Steven. How does EnviroNext simulate environmental scenarios differently from existing tools? Great question. So to describe how Next is different is because it's more than just a static dashboard with just regular information. It's a simulation of the environmental intelligence. So most platforms show maybe historical pollution trends or real-time snapshots, but Next is designed to show and model how atmospheric conditions evolve dynamically across geography and across time, even predicting, as we said, up to 7, 8 years in the future. By combining multi-pollutant forecasting, hybrid quantum classical, and artificial intelligence deep learning models, as well as with the agentic continuous recalibration, EnviroNext allows users to explore scenarios even before they happen. Researchers can simulate pollutant transport, urban planners and policymakers can test, for example, infrastructure interventions, and communities can anticipate exposure risks rather than simply observe and be affected by them. So, in other words, Next is not just showing the atmosphere and showing the data, but it's forecasting its trajectory, how it moves over time, and the consequences of that. It really just shows the shift from visualization to simulation, and of course, then to forecasting to show what really makes it fundamentally new, unique, and obviously more powerful.
Yeah.
That is the last of the questions that I see, but if anyone does have any more questions, we would be glad to answer. Are there any more questions that anyone has? Okay, let me check the schedule. Okay, then. I think we can go to the next segment, but thank you so much for everyone who asked questions.
Yeah,
Thank you for listening to this demo. We're happy to have shown this to you. We hope you at least get a better understanding of where we're coming from in EnviroCast and where that really is taking us next with EnviroCast GEO. Thank you so much for listening to our demo.
Yeah, and if anyone wants to reach out, Kavina is gonna post all our socials in the chat. So just feel free to reach out, and we'll also like give us some of our website links if you're actually more interested about this as well.
Okay, so everyone just take probably around 2 to 3 minutes just to, I guess, prepare. We're going to have our keystone speech in a second. I just want to quickly be able to provide our links and socials for our contacts. Just in 2 to 3 minutes, we will resume. Okay, I have just provided quite a lot of links in the chat. So first, I provided both me and Arnav's LinkedIn, then our EnviroCast Gmail as well as ours, and finally the EnviroCast website as well as Next and the API. Hopefully, those are useful. We'd be glad to reach out and even collaborate if we need to. I think there's a lot of room for connection and improvement with this type of technology. So it's really great that we'll be able to connect. So coming up on 1:20, we can now go into our, okay. I do see one last question. We can quickly answer this. Arnold, do you want to take it? You're muted still. Okay.
Yeah, so I think Nathan
Yeah.
Matthews asking, how are you guys making sure that data that the EnviroCast data produced isn't overwhelming to the users? And so Nathan, I think that the way that our data isn't overwhelming is because we're actually using this data and turning it into actionable insights. Like when you see a regular prediction app, you're just going to see a bunch of numbers. You're going to see like the hour, and then you're going to see like the data value that it's going to be at that specific hour. And obviously this is important, but this isn't actually useful for everyday users like you and I. So in order to actually challenge this issue of just what we call a data bog, we decided to actually add in features like impact analysis and climate predict AI. So what these features do is actually uses our AI tools to make this data and turn it into a summary which tells the users exactly what effects this data is going to have on their health and the health of the community around them, plus more factors that they actually care about. And what this does is it actually puts it into English words. It's not just numbers on a screen. It turns it into insight that people can actually act on. And it tells them exactly when they should act on it, how they should act on it. And this makes sure that isn't actually like overwhelming users with just plain numbers. But thank you. Great question.
Excellent. So now let's go into our keynote address. So I'm going to quickly load it up on my end. Here we are. So after that quick demo and Q&A, I hope it was insightful for everyone. But now we're going to take a look into our keynote address. So our keynote address will be given by Mr. Ted Irving, who is the mayoral appointed director of Houston Television. He leads our very own city's public media operations, and he works in transforming how Houstonians connect with their government. So Mr. Irving has over three decades of experience in broadcasting, documentary filmmaking, and media consulting. And he has also built systems and strategies that expand access, engagement, and storytelling across digital platforms, live broadcasts, and innovative citywide media initiatives. Now, unfortunately, Mr. Irving did have a family emergency at the time of this conference, but we were able to meet earlier and pre-record his talk. So I think we're going to go ahead into that and play it now. Thank you so much. Here. I'm going to remove all.
Hello, future builders and visionaries of EnviroCast 2026. It's an honor to join you this morning on this virtual stage. My name is Ted Irving. I'm director of the City of Houston's HTV, Houston Television, which is a government television station that broadcasts all public meetings for the City of Houston. So as I know that the theme is around sort of engineering, television stations today are just probably 99% all electronic engineering, so electrical engineering. So we eat and sleep it every day. But I think we're standing at the edge of what I call a great integration. As you look toward the frontiers of engineering, from an autonomous infrastructure to AI native systems, you aren't just preparing to build machines, you're preparing to architect the human experience. My journey to this moment didn't start in a lab, but actually behind the lens. So I spent years in the high pressure newsrooms and sports environments of ABC, NBC, and Fox. I was first a news editor, then a sports photographer, capturing, the lives and activities of professional athletes and, things that are happening around the city, kind of stitching together the stories of our city. I moved from there to K-12 in government media spaces, seeing how information transforms. television, probably everything, because whether you are editing a broadcast or engineering a power grid, core challenge is the same. It's managing the flow of vital systems in a landscape of constant noise, constant change. In 2026, we're surrounded by what's called agentic AI, or agency, where actually all of us will have our own agent. It can code, simulate, calculate faster than any of us. But I think back one thing, and I think it's actually purpose, although it's serving us a purpose, but in and of itself is purpose. And as you face these technological frontiers, your greatest engineering feats won't be the software you write. It's probably going to be the self-awareness you bring to the table. So like, I challenge you all to use the tools at your disposal for personal development, so that you can really take advantage of these tools in your education within the engineering space. So for example, the Berkman method or the Gallup Strength Finder, don't just use them as personality tests, but use them as technical schematics for your soul, basically. In a world where AI is the backbone of industry, your kind of internal North Star, your unique combination of strengths, is the only thing that can't be automated. And I love my, Berkman assessment. It tells me what I'm strong in, what areas I have strength in. Gallup Strength Finder as well. Those are really good tools. And as young people, sometimes it's like, what's the cost of these? Can be done very affordably. But when you know your core purpose, you stop being a passenger in the tech revolution and you start being the pilot. So my charge to you all is this: don't just engineer for efficiency, right? And actually, you can apply that in any career. So don't just do it for efficiency. But you want to do it. You want to engineer. You want to be a software engineer, electrical engineer, civil engineer for impact. So use your talent to solve the pressing problems, but use your purpose to reach the promising ones. The tools of 2026 are powerful. They are only as good as the hands that hold them. So go build something that matters and has impact. And I'll see you all out there doing your thing. Proud of you. Looking forward to all of your accomplishments and your impact on our society. Thanks.
Okay. Great address from Mr. Irving, where, sorry he couldn't be here, but we're very glad that we still got the opportunity to talk to him and see what he had to say. Some very inspirational words about our future, what it holds in store in terms of AI, and of course, agentic AI, and the real drive to build what matters and work with purpose.
Yeah, so for Mr. Irving, I think you could see his actual ethical knowledge really shine through in the talk as well, where you could see his emphasis on morality, and that's exactly what we stand on this conference. And over the past 6 to 7 days that me and Kaveen have known Mr. Irving, he's been a constant moral guideline for us to actually understand what AI should be and what it shouldn't be moving forward. And I think this can help inspire people everywhere around the world to actually build something that should be built, not something that is just flashy or superficial.
Absolutely. So coming off of that amazing keynote address, now we're going to go into our block for speakers, the last 8 that we have, which starting off with Ms. Uchenna McBaja. Are you ready to give your talk and presentation? Okay, perfect. It's great to see you again. Will you be having slides or anything to present?
Yes, I do. So can I present? Can I share my screen?
Yeah, it should just work automatically.
Okay, just give me a second here. Are you able to see that?
Yes, we are. Okay. So feel free to start whenever you're ready, and thank you so much for being here.
All right, thank you so much. All right, hello everyone. My name is Uchenna Mbaja, and I am a machine learning engineer and educator with experience spanning engineering, project management, applied machine learning, and systems design. And my focus isn't just on building models, it's on building machine learning systems that actually work in real world environments. It was inspiring to hear the work that you've been doing at EnviroCast. So this is typically the kind of work that we build. So that means thinking beyond algorithms to problem framing, to dealing with messy data, looking at deployment constraints, monitoring how the models are performing in production, and basically long-term sustainability. I recently hosted the Edmonton's NASA Space Apps Challenge. I believe that's where Kevin got in contact with me. This is a global hackathon that engages over 90,000 participants annually. That experience reinforced something I deeply believe. Building is important, building in this space, but building responsibly and sustainably is even more important. So I've worked on multiple community-based machine learning projects, some of which have been published through the Statistics Canada Data Science Network. I've also designed education-driven AI systems and deployment-focused applications. And over time, there's one question that has stayed with me, and that is, why do so many technically sound machine learning projects fail once they've been deployed? So that's what today's talk is about. Right, so before we dive in, I want to quickly outline what we'll be covering today, so you know exactly where I'm headed. I will start by grounding the conversation in why so many applied machine learning initiatives or AI initiatives struggle to scale beyond pilots, even when the models themselves work. So I'll briefly walk you through some of the common process approaches that project teams use today and how they differ in practice. From there, I will spend most of my time on the framework called CRISP DM. I'm not sure you've heard about it, but this is what I'll focus on because this is the framework that I use. I would also show you how CRISP DM naturally connects to deployment, operations, and real organizational constraints, so it doesn't stop at experimentation. And finally, we'll wrap up with practical takeaways, some of the projects that I've worked on where we applied CRISP DM. And my goal is that you leave with a cleaner mental model for designing machine learning systems that actually work in practice. All right, so let's look at this quote here. This recent research coming out of MIT and industry partners show that the vast majority of generative AI pilots, mostly generative AI projects, inside organizations never make it to full production, right? So you have a brilliant pilot, but once it's deployed, there's always something that kind of makes the entire organization decide, okay, maybe we need to shut this down, maybe we need to optimize. So the models might work very well, but in production, when it's deployed, typically you see a lot of failure. So teams build proofs of concept, they build MVPs, they have brilliant demos, but they struggle to move those solutions into reliable, scalable systems that fit within real organizational constraints. And when I say constraints, I mean things like, bureaucracy, ownership, governance, data quality, risk, even cost, and sometimes trust. So in other words, these initiatives don't fail because of the modeling or the brilliance of the modeling, they fail at the process stage. And that's why frameworks matter. Frameworks help teams build slow, but at least when you deploy, it has sustainability. So you move beyond the pilot phase. Right, so CRISP DM is one such framework. This actually means cross-industry standard process for data mining. Sometimes it's shown as CRISP ML when we're talking about machine learning projects. Sometimes you could see CRISP MLQ, the Q is for quality assurance. Now, the key thing I want you to remember from this framework is that the goal or the vibe is to measure twice and cut once. If you look at the framework, it starts with business understanding right here, and then it goes on to data understanding. So business understanding is basically when you have a conversation with the project owner or the client partners, the domain experts. They don't have to be technically inclined, but they do understand the field that they work in. So you have conversations with the client to better understand what is the solution I'm trying to propose for this client. And then you go into data understanding. You can see that this process is iterative. So you could go back and forth from data understanding back to the client to say, okay, is this the solution that you would like to see? And then once you go from there, you go on to data preparation, preparing the data, processing the data, and then to modeling. Of course, these two are iterative, as you know. And once you're done with modeling, you go into evaluation and then deployment. But the entire process is iterative. And you can see that everything still circles back to business understanding, which is going back to the domain experts to validate the solution. All right, so before I go deeper into CRISP DM, I want to briefly acknowledge that there are other frameworks, there are other data science and machine learning approaches that teams commonly use in practice. So for example, there's the ASM DM, which is IBM's evolution of CRISP DM. And this extends the original methodology with more attention to things like infrastructure, to cloud-based infrastructure. So it's particularly useful where you have enterprise environments, web platform and operational concerns are front and center. Then there's SEMA. This was developed by SAS. This is much more tightly focused on the technical modeling process. It assumes the business objective is already well defined, so there's not a lot of client conversations. The goal here is to just build out the model, and you can work it, at least the core thing here is the statistics or the math behind the problem. And then there's TDSP. This is from Microsoft. TDSP actually focuses on team collaboration, version control, accountability, having a structured template. And what's important to notice is that each of these approaches solves a specific problem, right? So the first one was infrastructure readiness. The second one was statistical or mathematical rigor. And then the third one focuses on team collaboration, version control, and the like. So knowing that there are lots of frameworks and trying to figure out which is the right framework to use for my particular applied setting is essentially what ensures that the project is scalable and successful. Another critical set of practices I want to briefly touch on is MLOps, which is machine learning operations. This shifts the mindset from treating machine learning as a one-time project. Instead, you treat it as a living system, right? Because unlike traditional data science workflows, MLOps assumes that the model will decay, meaning that you deploy the model, there could be data drift. So a model that was performing at maybe say 90% accuracy, if that's the metric that you're looking at, for example, could all of a sudden start performing at 50%. So it has to be monitored. It emphasizes, things like continuous integration, continuous deployment for that system, right? Then there's Google's MLOps maturity levels, which describe how organizations evolve from, having the manual system to ad hoc deployments to automated self-healing pipelines. So these levels help teams understand where they are today and what capabilities they need to deploy scalable models. With Google's MLOps levels, it actually assumes that the right model was already built for the right problem. So the core goal here is keeping that model alive in production. So that means things like ensuring that you have optimized infrastructure, ensure that the automation works and is self-healing, and then you also ensure that you have monitoring and that leads to reliability. So the last group of approaches I'm going to look at is Agile methodology or Agile data science. These are typically project management frameworks, and it emphasizes shipping small or shipping out that MVP and then fixing it later, right? So this can be extremely effective in environments where speed and experimentation are the core goals here. So particularly for startups, you would want to ship out that MVP so that you can get funding, and then you can fix it later and optimize infrastructure, decide what cloud-based platforms to use and the like. And then Scrum, while it's not specific to data science or AI, is widely used to manage the work itself. So many teams use different variations of these. There's sprints, there are stand-ups, looking at backlogs and the rest of them. But within the CRISP DM methodology, it's important that you have some sort of framework or some sort of structure, which is where Scrum comes in. So Agile and Scrum are like delivery and coordination mechanisms. while the CRISP-DM is the framework that you need. So Agile and Scrum help you to execute the actual work. So just looking at all of these frameworks that I've mentioned in total, so if you look at each of them, like I said earlier, it actually links to a specific purpose or core outcome that you're looking at. Each one is optimized for a different problem. So CRISP-DM works best in enterprise environments because it forces your team to slow down, to clarify the problem, to have a conversation with the client, and then align with the business before building anything, right? Because sometimes the client doesn't even know what the solution they want, right? They just know they have all this data and they want some AI solution. So there has to be a core understanding and alignment of the organization. And then TDSP shines in collaborative code-heavy teams because it emphasizes things like collaboration, version control. CIMA is more optimized for statistically driven work. MLOps is for, you already know what model you intend to build out. So this is mostly for keeping the model alive, right? Monitoring, retraining, and automation. And of course, Agile and Scrum are basically for ensuring that you have structure within these frameworks. All right, so I'll go back to CRISP-DM because this is the framework that we use. CRISP-DM was developed in the late 90s by a consortium that included SPSS, NCR, and Daimler Chrysler, not as an academic exercise, but as a practical response to how data projects were failing in real organizations. So what's important is not its age, even though age is typically what you use to measure how successful a framework is. So if you think about some of the business frameworks that SWOT, PESTLE, those were actually developed in some Ivy League colleges like Stanford. And the judgment of the validity of these frameworks is how long they've stood the test of time. So CRISP-DM has been around a long time to be trusted. The methodology is comprehensive because, like I said earlier, it starts with business understanding all the way through deployment, and it puts problem framing and evaluation front and center, right? So it's not the complexity of the model or the brilliance of all of the data processing that is done that is the core focus here. It's getting the solution that is aligned with the client's need. That is the core focus of CRISP-DM. So there's a lot of experimentation that goes on here. So, and it's intentional because in real world application, learning often forces you to revisit the initial assumptions you had early, right? So you could build out an entire solution and test it with the market and realize, no, the market is not interested in this particular feature, which is the problem that CRISP-DM solves because it gives teams permission to restructure and reinvent and come back to the table. So I want to talk about some of the practical applications that we've experienced using CRISP-DM. These are some of the projects that I've worked on, some of which have been published. So for the first one, recall that with CRISP-DM, we want to measure twice, cut once. That means involvement in the project, involvement with the client, core business understanding first. So for example, the Edmonton Food Drive project, we didn't start with, give us the data, let's start cleaning and let's start, because the goal here was to figure out what part of the city had the most donations and where do we need to allocate volunteers around the city. So where do we need volunteers the most? Where do we need them less? But we started by participating in the food drive itself. After having the conversation with the clients, it was a multi-stakeholder project, but we participated, we joined in those volunteers, we signed up as volunteers, figured out the entire process. How did the volunteers enter data into the forms? How was data collected? That way it was easier to do the data processing because we understood if someone said they had spent 300 hours in a particular neighborhood, that didn't make sense. That was probably an error, right? So the real goal wasn't just prediction because we already had access to the data. The real goal was logistics optimization, right? So understanding the pain points from the volunteer side of things, and then also going back to the leaders and figuring out what is it that the solution could be, right? So that understanding led to a very specific design choice because we built out interactive maps, which was one of the solutions, which was not particularly machine learning because interactive map was just basically converting the PDF maps that they had into an interactive map that was within an application. And then within that application, there was a data collection process as well that was linked to the prediction for, okay, how many bags will be collected per neighborhood, right? If we had gone in as if this were a core machine learning project, that would have been the only solution we had, predicting the number of bags collected per neighborhood, right? But just because of that involvement with the client, there were multiple solutions that were aligned with what they wanted to do, right? Then the other project was the housing analytics project. So this one was to predict rental prices for underrepresented communities within Canada, so particularly in Ontario. So the goal here was because for those smaller communities, you typically do not see information about rental prices online with the Google search. So they wanted to provide that information for these smaller communities. And part of the business understanding for this project was to not only have a project kickoff meeting with the client, but to attend AGM meetings with them. We listened to, the housing challenges that were being experienced, how people were actually getting this information, and that shifted the project from a generic model that can predict the price of rent to a decision support tool. So the application that was built now included things like proximity to schools, for example, proximity to the hospital, and did that affect the price of houses in that area, right? And this was because we had that conversation with the client and then realized that people were making those choices, not just based on the number of rooms, which is typically what would happen if you had the data set. The data set will show you number of rooms, does it have a studio, this is the price of the house, or this is the rent, and this is the location, right? So a typical machine learning problem will just predict based on those features. But because we had these conversations, we were now looking at things like proximity to school, is there a walkway, is there a play park near the place? And all of this became contextual information for those predictions, right? So there are other projects, but the first two have been published. Then the third one was the Birds Observatory project. The goal of this project was actually to understand, and you can see there's a diversity in the kind of project problems that we solve, right? And still the framework works regardless. So for this project, it was for understanding migratory patterns for Sahuit owls. I hope I'm getting the pronunciation, but actually the owls, the goal here was to figure out where were they going, right? So, and how far were they traveling, and did they come back, and what season? So to better understand this, business understanding meant respecting the domain expertise. We were just listening to better understand, okay, why was this important? What information did they really need? And we participated in the late night tagging sessions. This meant that they actually caught those owls, put on tags on them. We were part of that process. I mean, for like 2 hours, but it helped give us better understanding of what the ornithologists were trying to explain, what constraints existed in the field. That context shaped everything from feature selection to how results were interpreted. The final one that I would like to talk about was the X classification. So the goal here was to actually do an image classification project. So to determine what species a particular egg came from, right? And if we hadn't had that intense business understanding, what would have happened is that we would request, images of the eggs, right? And then the number of species, and then create a computer vision model, and then do the classification or detection. But because we had that conversation with them, detailed conversation, every week we'll come back, have that conversation, build out an MVP, ask them if this is what they wanted, have multiple conversations again. We figured out that they had over 300 species in their collection, but not enough for the machine learning project, right? Not enough species. So for example, for each species, they might have just like 3 eggs, right? So they figured out that, okay, even though they had 300 species, they were only interested in about 25, right? And that actually helped with, fine tuning and cleaning out what the problem would be, right? So that insight, which only came from that direct engagement, narrowed the problem scope. It also informed how we captured the images to ensure consistency in things like lighting, in angle, and the quality of the images collected, because now we knew what their interest was. So there's a lot more projects like this that we've used CRISP-DM, and business understanding wasn't just a phase that we checked off. It was an ongoing process of immersion, observation, having a conversation, having a relationship with the client. And that's why CRISP-DM works so well for applied AI. Remember, for those frameworks, it really depends on the kind of project that you're working on. So CRISP-DM legitimizes this kind of upfront and continuous engagement, and it dramatically reduces the risk of building the wrong solution, no matter how good the model is. So what all of these use cases have in common is that none of them started with the data set. They started with questions. They started with conversations with the client, involvement in the project. Who actually owns this model? Who are you building this solution for? What action would you like to see? What prediction are you interested in? What is the cost? What would be ethical? What would be unethical, right? So this is typically what leads to sustainable models being deployed. And when teams skip this step for a project or projects like this, they often build maybe what could be considered technically impressive models, but they fail when they're adopted or when they're scaled or when they're in production, right? So when teams take this phase seriously, everything downstream first, right? Everything downstream now starts to work. So your data collection, your modeling, your evaluation and deployment becomes clearer. For the data understanding process, this is also another one that takes up most of the time. As you would know, data processing, data cleaning, this is actually one of the bulk of the work that you will do. But having that business understanding enables you to go back and forth with the data cleaning process and data preparation process. And in every project that I shared, those examples that I shared earlier, we had this back and forth, especially between these two phases, right? So for example, in the housing analytics data, we ensured that once we built out an MVP, we went back to the client, ensured that this is exactly what they wanted, the solution to look like and how the audience would actually interact with the application. So again, this is really crucial for scalability. And again, like I said earlier, once these first two are kind of fixed and then you maintain that relationship with the client as you're building, every other thing kind of falls into place, right? So modeling falls into place, evaluation, looking at the accuracy, going back to the client, deploying, going back to the client, and then ensuring that this is the solution and that they have the cost to deploy it to production. So taken together, these phases remind us that applied AI isn't about shipping a model, it's about maintaining a system. So I want to close with a few key takeaways. The first one being that applied AI or applied machine learning is fundamentally a systems problem. Models matter, but they're only one component in a much larger ecosystem that includes people, processes, data, and those decisions that they make. And secondly, most applied machine learning initiatives or AI initiatives don't fail because the model wasn't sophisticated enough. They fail because the problem wasn't clearly framed, evaluation wasn't grounded in context, or that deployment lacked ownership and sustainability. And that's why frameworks like the CRISP-DM continue to matter. It doesn't tell you which algorithm to use. It gives you discipline around when to slow down, what questions to ask, how to design the systems that survive beyond the pilot stage. And finally, frameworks don't slow teams down. They prevent expensive failure. If there's one thing I hope you take away from today's presentation, it's that applied AI succeeds when we design for decisions, for trust, and long-term impact, not just for model performance. And thank you again to the team at EnviroCast GEO for the invitation. I'd love to open it up for questions or discussion.
Thank you so much. I do believe I don't see any questions in the chat at the current moment, but the talk was very comprehensive and covered a lot of detail. I was actually quite amazed at the different structures and everything. So it was, very insightful.
Yeah, I think that we're running a little bit behind on schedule, so Kaveen can post your socials into the chat, and they can ask you questions personally if that's okay with you.
That's okay. I'll follow up with that.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm going to quickly put your LinkedIn in the chat. If anyone does have any questions or wants to know more, you can refer to that. And thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much. That was an incredible talk. I think your experience as an educator really came through with that talk, and it really, for me at least, it helped educate me a lot about ML and AI systems. So thank you for that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Okay, so next up we have Adrian Raj. Adrian, are you ready? Okay, we should be able to hear you.
Hey, Adrian.
Hello. All right. Hello, guys. My name is Adrian Raj. I am currently a sophomore at UT Austin and studying aerospace engineering. I am also one of the Lucy Mission ambassadors for NASA, where I promote the importance of Lucy Mission to American citizens and through presentations and online content creation. So my talk will be about persistence and ambition and how to master it and why it matters. So to start off, I started my career like in this position as a junior high school. I think it was like March 2023. And at the time, I didn't really know much about professionalism or career development. I just wanted to get a start in that. And when I got on LinkedIn, the first thing I saw was that so many of my peers were so much more ahead of me than I was. And that really intimidated me because college applications were coming up and I felt that I was so behind, I didn't know what to do. But then I realized that the only thing I can do about it was either I can do something about it or I don't have to do anything about it. So I decided to start finding stuff to do, whether it's like anything related to what I wanted to do in college or and beyond. I started cold emailing people, I started connecting with people, and started networking on LinkedIn and in person. And that really helped me get into UT Austin, I believe. And that really helped me set the foundation for what's next to come. When I did get to college, I got rejected from every technical organization on campus related to aerospace engineering. And that really made me feel worthless or maybe hopeless. But I managed to get some organizations, but they weren't what I initially intended for. But I managed to grow in them and continue persisting and saying like, okay, what do I want? And this is what I wanted, is to grow and develop and keep learning from every opportunity and mistake I had made. So after a while, I started getting into online content creation. I started doing Instagram Reels, Snapchat stories, and LinkedIn posts, and that really blew up like in a good way. I got a lot of people messaging me asking for advice and help on career development, interview preparation, resume, tailoring, and all that. And I've helped people get into dream schools such as Northeastern, Stanford, Rice, and UC Austin. And I've helped a lot of people with their journey, and I'm currently just applying. I'm currently have an interview with an aerospace company Wednesday morning, which I hope I'll get. But nonetheless, the overall that's the backstory about me. But the most important thing is what I'm talking about, which is persistence and ambition. When I was born with autism spectrum disorder, which is basically a condition where you have trouble speaking, learning, and communicating with other people, and that has affected my entire life. That has affected all my decision making, my thinking habits, and how I interact with other people. I was told that I was going to be a failure in life. I was told that I was not going to achieve anything, that I may end up in like an assisted living facility. I was constantly ostracized, bullied, excluded just because of my condition, just because of being different. And that really made me feel down, made me feel like excluded and alone. But my parents and my counselors like saw something more in me, and they encouraged me to persist and continue on. So I did just that with a lot of years of social therapy and time and practice. I managed to be able to talk. I mean, I had a speech delay when I was 3 and I couldn't talk until I was like 5 or 6 years old. And from that point on, I just persisted with everything I did. And I just was, ambitious in everything I did as well, just going for anything I can get, whether it's a position, whether it's an opportunity, whether it's a program I want to do, whether it's something I'm already in but want to keep getting more, I keep doing that. And a lot of people actually think that this is not really necessary in life, but in a time like this where everything's ultra competitive, where everything is hard to get, even if you have all the minimum qualifications and preferred qualifications for like a job, an internship, or even an organization, you're probably not going to get it. And I've experienced this so many times in my life, and I'll probably experience that a lot more. But the only way to persist and to persist and keep going is just to ignore and the doubt, and but also learn from your mistakes. So personally, what I like to do is simply just okay, like focus like okay, if I get rejected from like an internship or something, I'll be like, okay, it's okay. It's just one rejection. That doesn't define who I am. It doesn't define my skill set, my ambition, or my qualifications. It's just they didn't like me, and that's okay. There's a lot of other opportunities to achieve and go after. So, and what I did was I decided to change my approach to this kind of thing. So, the interview that I talked to you guys about earlier Wednesday morning, that was done through a referral. I cold emailed, but also done a lot of things that also had it was also related to persistence and ambition, and that really helped me to get this interview offer. And I think that even though I may or may not get it, it's still a learning opportunity. It's still something I can apply through the rest of my life in terms of knowing and how to grow. And I believe that it's very important. So a lot of people come to me asking for advice because a lot of people, some of the smartest kids you'll ever meet in your life, people that are talented, have a lot of passion for things, a lot of them come to me and they tell me that I don't think I'm ready. I don't think I'm ready to go to college. I don't know if I'm gonna get in this organization or get this internship. And I always tell them, I was in the same spot as you. I was in the spot where I felt alone. I felt worthless. I felt that I didn't know if I was going to get this. I don't know if what's the point of even trying. But I was the perfect student either. I wasn't the best student. I wasn't the most academically gifted or had the best cards, but I somehow still made the most out of it. And when I tell people to talk to me that ask me for advice is that just focus on yourself, like just block all the noise and focus on like what do you need to do? Like who are you? Like what do you stand for? What do you believe in yourself as? And how do you would you like to see yourself like in the future? Like what do you want? Because had I, for example, not basically done all these things like persisting and being ambitious with all my endeavors, I would never been on here. I would have never built a brand or a platform or a name for myself. Never got any interviews. Never got any experiences that I've had the opportunity of having. None of them would have happened if I just given up the first place. That would never happened. So when a lot of people come up to me and they're nervous, that's okay to be nervous, but do you control your emotions or are you going to let your emotions control you? That is the real question. So I always ask them that, and I always give a lot of motivation and encouragement for them to keep going. And I recently helped one of my proteges get into Carnegie Mellon for electrical engineering, and he was pretty happy. He thanked me a lot, and that just shows that what I have to contribute and what I have to help people really matters. And that it's also that persistence and ambition, the drive to keep going, even if you think it's not going to happen or you think it's not possible or it's may just be like of reach, but you still have to try because if you don't try, there's 100% guarantee that you're not going to get it. So that's why I encourage everyone to continue being persistent, ambitious in everything you do in your life. And I believe that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think this type of attitude is exactly the type of attitude that we want to have in furthering the future. We want to try to help young people actually motivate themselves, actually push through the adversity. And I appreciate you sharing your own personal story about this as well, because I think it would really inspire a lot of people that may not be the most academically inclined or the most talented to actually push through their struggles and to get to a point where they can actually look back and be proud of all the hard work they've achieved and everything they've committed as well. So thank you for that presentation. And I think we have some questions coming in through the chat as well. So Ethan Hatim.
Yes. So from Ethan, he said, you seem very accomplished throughout your life. How do you keep yourself going and keep finding motivation to continue on?
Well, for me, it's just like, I just need to like, okay, so what do I want? Because like life is a very constant changing. It's basically very constant. Sorry. Life is very good at change. It's a very changing. Sorry, what am I saying? So I'm so sorry. Wait, life is constantly changing, and if you're staying behind, if you're like at the same place you are, the next day it's gonna be a lot different, and you're gonna be behind, and you're not gonna keep up. So what I do is just focus on like, what do I want in my life? Do I want to do great things in my life? Do I want to make the most out of my time, or do I want to sit down and do nothing? And it's a lot of it's hard because I tend to be sometimes lazy, and sometimes I look at other people and I see them being successful and feel like, am I going to achieve that kind of success? Am I going to achieve that kind of worth? But at the end of the day, like, that's them. That's what they have accomplished. What are you going to accomplish? Because the only thing you can do is use your time wisely. That's the only thing you control. The only thing you control is yourself. You can't control other people. So what I like to do is like, okay, these people are doing their thing. What do I want to do? What do I want to do in my life? So that's really much how I motivate myself. Yeah.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I think showing through your personal life, the struggles that you've had, and obviously pushing through them, pushing through all those barriers, and continuing on, and of course achieving what you've done with the Lucy Mission Ambassadors with NASA,
Yeah.
and of course helping. The greatest thing I see is like helping so many people as well, giving like I don't know, consulting them, mentoring them. It really shows to your character and the fact that the fact to push through all those boundaries. So thank you so much.
Yeah,
This
I
has
think
been
there's like a
talk.
lot of people around the world that actually need something like this to actually help them keep going, because they might not be like the most appreciated by society, or they might not be encouraged to actually keep going. And so when they hear stories like yourself, they actually feel motivated because they see like, if he could do it, then like why can't I? So yeah, this really helps. Thank you so much for your talk. It was very inspiring.
Thank you so much, Adrian.
Thank you.
So, yes, thank you so much, Adrian. That was an amazing talk, very insightful, and talking about his experience. It was very touching. So,
Yeah.
next up, I think we do have a speaker missing, or probably not able to make it. There could be some issues. So, I'll try to get back to him. But in the meantime, I think we can go to Iman. Iman, are you ready? Let's see here. Okay, perfect. So you should be visible on screen. Obviously, whenever you're ready, you can begin. And yeah, whenever you're ready, you can begin your talk. Thank you so much for being here.
Okay. So hey everyone, wait, let me share my screen first. Okay, so basically, hey everyone, my name is Eamon and I'm joining you from Pakistan. I'm the founder of Brightora, a creative agency where we help brands tell their stories visually. I started Brightora because I believe that idea are powerful and that leadership isn't about holding a position. It's about creating impact, inspiring others, and taking action when the odds are stacked against you. Speaking from Pakistan, I know what it feels to be the only one in the room from that country. Like, I have been seeing the speakers, and I have often walked into spaces where people unconsciously questioned whether I belonged, whether my voice mattered, or whether my vision was too big. And yet, here I am, speaking to all of you today, and I want to talk about how women become unstoppable in leadership. So basically, when we go to the thing which is like my journey and struggles, leadership is rarely a smooth pain for women. It often comes with added challenges and expectations and stereotypes, especially living in a society where women are not that much prioritized now. Like nowadays, it's being a little easy for women to step ahead, but still there are few of the countries, few of the places where women are not that much perfect in things. Coming to my own path is really like a thing which I never thought I would be on. I started doing graphic designing 2 years back, and after that I did few of the internships. Living in a society where money matters, people ask where is the money you are earning or not, you are doing this, you are doing that. As a Muslim, like, people have said that you have to show your face when you are in social media, you have to do that, you have to do this. But coming to a path where I don't want to listen to anyone, I want to achieve what I want. And at this point of life, I am recently working on two of my businesses which are really growing First is Brightora, and second is like based in Pakistan. Secondly, talking about that, how, what does it mean to be unstoppable? Being unstoppable doesn't mean never facing fear or never feeling the fear. It means taking the first step when your legs are shaking. It means continuing the journey where the path seems unclear. Here are the four basic principles that I have learned. So, coming to a thing that the four basic things are: believe in your voice. Like your idea and prescriptives are valid, even if no one else believes in them, yet start with yourself. Keep learning and growing. The world is consistently changing. Stay curious, adopt, and refine your skills. Like when I started Brightora, I started with the basic things like graphic designing, web development. Now we are going to AI side, and we are working on that thing too. The most main thing is don't wait for permission. The world might not hand you opportunities. Create them, take them, and own them. When I founded Brightora, I didn't wait for validation. I started small, made mistakes, learned, and kept moving. Today, our agency work with clients locally and internationally, and every milestone reminds me that it really beats the perfection. When you start doing it, you just get like a person who never cares about anyone, and that's what a woman should be. Like when a woman starts working, that there is a thing which is really, like, I shouldn't say this, but which is really noticed by people, that a woman is running a business, a woman is doing this, a woman is doing that. That is never a thing to say, because when a man can do it, a woman can do it too. A woman can run a business. Like we have so many examples, we have so many examples. I never say that men's and women's are in competition. A man and woman both can run businesses, both can get successful, both can do everything they want. Today, I really want to dedicate it all to the women's who are listening. Your leadership matters, whether you lead a company, a community, or even you just own your life. The impact of your courage repels outward, and every time you speak up, take initiative, or challenge that status your questions, you make it easier for the next woman that to believe that she can do the same. Leadership is not basically about the destination. It's a repile. Every action, every voice, every step forward create waves that inspire and empower every other person. So the basic thing is stand tall, trust your journey, and refuse to be stopped. Your voice, your vision, and your leadership are needed not tomorrow but today. And the thing is, let's break the barriers. The things we just hear, like when we grow up, that women can't do this, where women are made for the kitchens, women are made for the house. Let's break those barriers, let's lift each other, and let's become truly unstoppable. Thank you so much.
Okay, absolutely. That was a great talk. I do like how it covered really a lot of modern issues in combating that, of course, like the glass stealing and things like that. So thank you so much for providing that enhanced perspective.
Thank you so much for having me here. Like it was really a great thing to be here and speak up about it.
Yeah, thank you. We have a
This
question as
does.
well.
You can go ahead, Arnav.
Yeah, so Ethan Hatif is asking for opinion on AI art and AI enhancements on image/video generation.
Like opinion on AI art and AI enhancement in images and video generation is really a great thing, because sometimes we have to adopt the things according to the generation, because the generation we are living in right now is basically depending on the artificial intelligence mainly. So we should just work on it, and like my opinion on it, that we should adopt that thing. AI can't replace humans, but it can really help the humans in doing the works.
Yeah, I think that's a great sentiment to have because it's cautious about the future and not just overtly embracing it. But thank you for your empowering speech. I think that was very touching.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so With that, that is the first three speakers of block 4. I think we do have time for a short break.
Yeah, lunch break.
We'll resume. Yeah, we can resume around 2:45 to come back to the speakers, and then we'll just have 4 more speakers and then our final closing address to conclude EnviroCast GEO furthering the future. So we will have a lunch break now, and we will resume the conference at 2:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Once again, thank you so much for listening to the talks, to the addresses, to every single speaker here. This event wouldn't be what it is without the attendees, and hopefully you can return at 2:45. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, and welcome back, everyone. Let's go ahead and look at the remaining block 4 speakers. These are our last 4 speakers of the day. So, first coming up is Prakar Jain. So, he's had to pre record his talk because he wasn't able to be here. I will quickly load that up and we can go ahead and get started. Once again, thank you for being here.
Everyone here has used AI. Few people here understand what is actually changing. Let me start with a replace routine. Now intelligence replaces judgment. This is not a productivity shift, it is a civilization shift. In business terms, the competitive advantage is no longer effort, it's an architect. In the industrial age, power came from land and labor. In the digital age, power came from data and distribution. Now, in the age of AI, power is coming from decision architect who decides how fast they decide, how accurately they decide, and how well those decisions compound. The future belongs to structured intelligence, not scattered brilliance. Companies that win will not be the loudest brands. They will be the most organized systems with clear logic, clear data flows, clear authority lines, clear execution pipelines. AI will not replace business, AI will expose big business. Now, the philosophical axis. Here is the real tension. A machine can diagnose faster than a doctor, predict marketers better than analysts, write better than writers. But it cannot answer one question: why should this exist? That question belongs only to humans. AI challenges the meaning of intelligence itself. For centuries, intelligence created hierarchy. Now, intelligence is becoming infrastructure. When intelligence becomes evident, wisdom becomes rare. Human value shifts from thinking to choosing, from calculation to direction, from execution to vision. The future human role is not operator, it's an architect. We design objectives, we define ethics, we set constraints, we create meaning. Machines optimize, humans orient. Without philosophy, AI becomes disorder. Without ethics, efficiency becomes danger. Without purpose, growth becomes collapse. This is why AI is not a tech conversation. It's a governance conversation, it's a leadership conversation, and it's a civilization conversation. Now, the synthesis. The future enterprise model: AI as infrastructure, data as capital, trust as currency, purpose as strategy, systems as power, vision as control. Markets reward speed, history rewards structure, civilization rewards meaning. AI will build the engines, business will drive the machine, philosophy will decide the direction. Those who align all three will not just build companies, they will shop race. And I close with identity. I am Prakhar Jain, building the 12.5% club under Visentia. One line that defines my thinking is: systems don't change the future. People who designs them do change the future. Thank you.
Okay. That is Prakar's Jane talk. Quite inspirational. He really delved into more about who he is as a person, more about his mission, and really what he thinks about the current state of corporations in the modern era. Now, for our sixth talk of Block 4, we have Krish Kala. For a quick brief on him, he is a Houston-based student researcher in robotics and intelligent systems who is deeply interested in the intersection of AI, intelligent decision-making, machine learning, and applied engineering. He is very invested in robotics and designing robotic systems, and now he will give his talk. Krish, are you ready?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Whenever you're ready, you can begin your talk.
Okay. So, I want to tell you guys a story. The first robot I ever built didn't work. It wasn't dramatic or like in the cinematic way where there's like sparks or smoke. It was worse. There was just nothing. I pressed the power button multiple times and just the whole machine just sat there like a brick. And I had spent weeks preparing for it. I just stared at it and I thought, I followed every instruction. I triple checked the diagram and I didn't skip a single step. Robots don't care how carefully you read the manual. It doesn't care how confident you will feel when you flip the switch. It only responds to what actually is. After hours of denial, I finally found it. One loose wire, barely visible. A connection so small that if you were looking for it, you would never find it. This tiny failure shut down the entire system. That moment taught me my first real lesson in systems. When even one part fails, no matter how small or invisible, the whole system doesn't work. The whole system will stop. At the time, I thought this lesson was only about robots. I was very wrong. Before 7th grade, I had lived in Houston very much my entire life. It was a really stable system. It was the same city. With the heat was unbearable, but I was used to it. And I was in the same school since kindergarten. It was the same group of friends I'd known since we were all still learning how to tie our shoes. I knew exactly who I was supposed to be. I knew my goals, and I knew what I was good at, math and science. And I lived inside that single comfort zone, and I had no idea what was outside. I didn't question it that much, and I didn't feel the need to reach out. I wasn't really shy or antisocial, but I genuinely didn't have to. The system was optimized. Everything ran smoothly because nothing ever changed. But there's a quite danger of systems like that. They're really efficient, but also really fragile as well. They only work as long as the environment stays exactly the same. And environments never actually stay the same. In 7th grade, my entire environment changed. My family moved from the hot weather of Houston to the freezing cold of Newfoundland, Canada for my dad's job. We traded 100-degree summers for winters where the cold didn't just bite, it numbed your face in seconds, made your eyes water, and forced you to question every life choice that led you there, as I did many times. But the weather was the easy part. The school there was unrecognizable. It wasn't the math and science that I grew up with. In their place, it was project-based learning, endless groups discussions, and essays that demanded your actual voice instead of just a repeated essay that you just changed to make it fit the criteria. And you had to make presentations in front of the whole class. And art classes, where creativity wasn't optional, it was graded. These were all things I had quietly avoided my entire life without ever admitting it to myself, really. And socially, it was quite brutal. I had never learned how to walk up to a group of strangers and introduce myself, mainly because I stayed with the same people all the time. I didn't know how to rebuild my social circle, and I sat at lunches feeling invisible and watching everyone else already have their systems full. I wasn't quite broken. I was just simply running on hardware that no longer matched the world. That same year, I forced myself to join the robotics club, even though everything in me was screaming not to. I had quite loved robotics from a distance from a pretty young age, but I was quite terrified of committing. I was terrified of failing in front of other people, terrified of letting my team down, terrified if that I didn't win, it would prove that I didn't belong. But robotics didn't really negotiate with fear. You design something, you build it, and you test it. It fails, usually a lot. And then instead of spiraling into self-judgment, you sit down and ask better questions. Why didn't it work? What exactly didn't work? What assumption did we make that turned out to be wrong? Through that process with my team, I learned something. Failure isn't a verdict on who you are. It's just data, and we fail consistently. So we take that data and we use it to better ourselves. Every single failure gives us information that we didn't have before. Every iteration, every rebuild, every line of code rewritten makes the system stronger, more resilient, and more capable. Eventually, after months of this, we placed third in our province at the first Lego League provincial competition. The trophy was nice, but the real victory was realizing persistence isn't about pushing harder with the same broken approach. It's just about adjusting smarter, about listening to what the system is actually telling you. Another lesson hit me more slowly over many late nights. No systems function in isolation. A robot is only as good as the integration of its hardware, its software, its mechanical design, but all of those only exist because of people. I had to learn how to explain my thinking clearly, even when I was sure I was right. I had to learn how to listen, really listen, when someone disagreed, not just wait for my turn to speak. I had to be willing to throw away my favorite idea when the team's testing showed it was wrong. Without me even noticing, my communication skills got sharper. My writing improved because I had to document our designs for the judges. My confidence grew, not because I became some outgoing extrovert, but because collaboration stopped being optional. It became the only way forward. Robotics taught me something I can now carry into every part of life. People aren't obstacles to efficient systems. People are the systems. So, once I learned how to fail safely inside the robotics club, how to treat failure as feedback instead of personal indictment, something irreversible shifted. I started saying yes to things that used to terrify me. I joined debate, even though public speaking what made my stomach turn. I tried knitting with a group of people who welcomed me even when my scarves looked like tangled disasters. I played baseball for a season. I wasn't really good, but I learned how to be part of a team that wasn't made of programmers. And I baked goods every week for the local shelter and discovered that showing up consistently matters more than being perfect. Through friends, I dipped into music, animation, even storytelling, nights where I read terrible first drafts out loud. I was never the best at any of these things, not even close, but that stopped mattering. Every new experience added a new joint, a new sensor, a new degree to my freedom of personal system. Every moment of discomfort made the next one a little easier to face. Growth stopped feeling like something dangerous I had to avoid. It started feeling like something natural I could expect. When my family moved back to Houston a few years later, I faced another problem. The classes were faster, more competitive, and more STEM heavy. I had gaps in my knowledge from the different curriculum. The social scene had moved on without me. But this time I didn't retreat. I had to learn how to fix myself. I reached out. I asked for help. And I treated this discomfort like loose wire, something to find and fix, not something to fear. Today, I'm still deeply involved in robotics. I still fail regularly, and I still fix myself constantly. But I also discovered entirely new passions, like ultimate frisbee, for example, simply because I'm now willing to show up before I feel ready. I no longer wait for confidence to arrive before I begin. I let the process of showing up, failing, adjusting, and showing up again build the confidence for me. Robotics taught me that systems never improve inside comfort zones. They improve through repeated testing, honest failure, and deliberate rebuilding. You don't have to move to another country, and you don't have to build a single robot. But you do have to be willing to step into environments that don't yet fit you, environments that will expose every loose wire you've been ignoring. So here's the question I leave you with. If your life is a system, and it is, what part of it are you secretly afraid to take apart, knowing deep down it just might make you become stronger than before? So
Okay. Thank
Yeah,
you so much
Krish.
for that talk. Really consider different elements. I like how you talked about your personal experiences with robotics, going obviously from stage to stage, and then eventually the troubles of moving from different countries and what that brought along with it, especially socially. So,
Yeah, and I think your experience with robotics also showed with that talk. It was very prevalent, and I could really understand all your knowledge really oozing in. But we have some questions through the chat right now. So, Kavin, if you want to start with the first one.
so first we have from Ethan. You talked about your background, but how did you actually get into robotics?
Well, so robotics was always a club in my elementary school, and I sort of kind of let my parents kind of push me towards finding a club, and I went a few times, but I never really went inside to competitions, and because I was afraid of putting myself in on the spot. But once I moved to Canada, I realized how much fun and how much activity I actually had to put while going into competitions, and I sort of just embraced it, really.
For sure, for sure. I think that's a good
Yeah.
point. A lot of activities start as a hobby and then eventually grow into something that you really take further and take farther.
Yeah,
So,
so I think Stephen Navarro has a question now. It's how do you integrate machine learning into your robotics projects?
So I'm personally not integrating machine learning into my robotics project right now, but if as I'm working with robots, I kind of machine learning. Sorry. So I'm not. Sorry. So in my robotics projects, I'm doing VEX and other robot tournaments right now, and it's not really machine learning, but machine learning is a big part, and machine learning is a big part in robots after high school and college. As you go into college, I'm not integrating it right now in VEX right now.
Oh, okay. Kavin, next question.
so next up is, I think, a follow up from Steven. Also, what trends do you think you will see in 10 years or maybe 5 years' time as well? Because there's still a lot of changes to be there in terms of AI and robotics.
So, as of right now, we are already seeing a lot of AI in robotics, even while making our own robots in our competitions. We are still integrating AI, maybe for design help, or help for code or code fixing. We're seeing a lot of AI into it, and I think in 10 years AI will help. It won't take over jobs of people, but it will help us quite a bit, and will become a really big impact. Will have a really big impact in the world of robotics.
Yeah, so I think
Okay, for sure.
the next question is from Multier, and it's asking, what real world problems are you most excited to solve using robotics and machine learning?
So some real world problems I think that might help a lot robotics might help a lot with is, I guess, using robots to help um, to help fix and not replace, but help with human labor that is hard for humans themselves. So if we use robots to help with human labor, dangerous human labor like mining or stuff like
Space
that.
travel, right?
Yes, space travel is a very good example. It might make it less dangerous for humans overall and will help a lot of people.
Yeah. So I think 2 more questions left. Kaveen, if we could just get to the next one. Kaveen, I think your mic is.
Sorry. The next one's from InspireX. How can autonomous robots maintain accurate localization and stability in unpredictable high noise environments using real-time sensor fusion? I think it has a bit of obviously a bit more technical and talks about just probably geospatial mapping, I think.
Yeah, like GIS mapping, I'm pretty sure.
Krish, are you able to hear us?
Yeah, did you get the question?
He might have disconnected.
Yeah.
Krish,
are you there?
We can wait a few minutes, I think, for him to come back. I think his network might have gone out like the others, maybe.
Yeah, perhaps.
Okay. In the meantime, at least let me confirm with the next speaker.
Yeah, I'm gonna confirm as well.
I'm gonna see if I can message him then.
Yeah, let's contact him.
Okay. If I think by maybe 3:10 or 3. Okay.
Yeah, he's back. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Are you able to hear us?
Yeah.
Sorry there. My
Yeah, no
internet gave out. Okay. So what was the question?
It was you can read it, Kaveen.
Okay. It was from InspireX. How can autonomous robots maintain accurate localization and stability in unpredictable high noise environments using real-time sensor fusion?
Okay, so autonomous robots use multiple sensors like LiDAR, and cameras, and IMUs to understand their surroundings and track their position indoors. They combine this data using algorithms such as SLAM to up their location in real time. So to stay stable, robots use feedback control systems that quickly adjust their movements when their environment changes.
Oh, okay. I think that was a pretty good answer. I think LiDAR systems really help in like high noise environments, like especially if you're in an environment like deep space, for example, there's going to be like a lot of noise. And I think your answer really depicts that level of interference that can come with the sensor fusion. But we have one last question from Nathan Matthew right here. So Nathan's asking, how can reinforcement learning be effectively integrated with kinematic and dynamic constraints to optimize multi-agent robotic coordination in real-time unstructured environments? It's a bit of a mouthful, but we'll give you a couple seconds to answer. Oh, one second. Kaveen, I have some like difficulties with my camera, so I'm gonna fix that real quick. Is that fine? Yeah, I think your mic is muted, Kaveen.
I was gonna say I can see your camera fine, but if it's
Yeah, I'm gonna turn it off for a little bit and try to troubleshoot real quick because I think it's
okay,
turning on and
okay.
off.
So, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry. So, Nathan, that's a great question. So reinforcement learning can be integrated with kinematic and dynamic constraints by designing the reward function and action space to follow the robot's physical limits. The learning algorithm can use the real-time feedback to adjust movements while ensuring they stay within safe speed, force, and motion boundaries. This allows multiple robots to coordinate efficiently in unpredictable environments without violating mechanical constraints.
Okay, amazing. And I was just gonna say, obviously, I like how your talk. Obviously, great job answering the questions. There were some hard questions, very specific, very technical. And
Oh wait, Kaveen,
obviously, as a
yeah.
student, oh,
Yeah, I think
Here's
we have
one
another question. Yeah.
okay.
So from InspireX to 2934, how can multi-robot systems adapt in real time to unpredictable environments while respecting dynamics and actuator limits? So judging from like InspireX's question, I think he really wants to know like how it would fare in like environments where where it's difficult for robots to survive.
That's a pretty good question. So multi-robot systems adapt in real time by using sensors to using sensors to consistently monitor their environment and share information with each other. So control algorithms adjust each other's speed and movement based on dynamic and actuator limits to prevent overload or instability. This coordination allows the team to respond to unexpected changes while staying within safe mechanical boundaries.
Yeah, okay, I think that's a great answer to the question. I think it really encompasses the entire scale of the question. And I think you probably had one of the hardest questioning blocks so far because obviously the chat got really technical into it. But thank you for diligently answering. I think those are all great answers. And I think your technical depth really did shine through with the aptitude that you were able to answer the questions through. So thank you.
Yes. Yeah, that was I think very good. I like how you really did convey once again how your social and I'll just say struggles moving from one country to another and what you had to deal with and pushing past and being able to of course win that accomplishment. I forgot exactly what it was, but at the provincial level was amazing. And of course being involved in clubs, being involved in AI. So yeah, I think that's great. I think InspireX is definitely technical, probably definitely in robotics and definitely very involved. I can see that. So yeah, great job there. Those are some tough questions and good job, Krish, for answering them well. Thank you so much for giving your talk.
All right, thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, perfect. So finally we have Walter, who is actually a fellow City of Houston Youth Ambassador. And let me go ahead and add him to the stage. Hello, Walter.
Hello.
Hey.
So yeah, Walter, he is going to give his talk now. Let me check the times. Yes, it looks all good. So yeah, you'll have until about, what is it? 3:30, 3:35, in addition to Q&A. So thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you, Walter. The stage is yours.
Yeah, let me just set my stuff up real quick. Sorry. All right. So the City of Houston Youth Ambassadors have been talking about public safety. And as my goal as City of Houston Youth Ambassador, we're trying to spread awareness for how social media can really benefit or affect your future. So let's start off by this. Raise your hand if you have at least one social media account. That may be quite a few of you. Almost everyone does. Social media is a part of our daily routine. We check notifications when we wake up. We scroll before bed. We post pictures, videos, and even opinions. Apps like Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, and X help us connect and have fun. But here's the real question. Have you ever thought about the stuff that you post today can have effects on your future job or college applications? Today, I'm going to talk about how social media choices can have a high impact on students' future, and I'll explain digital footprints, the positive and negative effects, and how colleges, jobs, and mental health can be influenced by what we post. First of all, our digital footprint. Let's start up. Okay, sorry. Okay, a digital footprint is the record of everything you post, like, comment, or share online. Even if you delete something, screenshots and reports keep it alive. Think of it like footprints in wet cement. After you step on it, it can't just be fixed. It stays there. A joke seems funny maybe at 15, but it won't seem funny when you're at a college or looking for a job. Ask this before you post something. Would I be okay if a teacher saw this? Would I be okay if my college saw this? What my parents think if I saw this? If the answer is no, this may not be worth posting. The positive side. Social media isn't all that bad. When used responsibly, it can be very powerful. Students can promote their talents, follow scholarship pages, connect with clubs, and explore college interests. Artists, athletes, and small business owners use social media to promote their business or skills. It can also spread education and motivation. You can follow pages that share study tips, career advice, or positive content. Used wisely, social media can open many doors that can benefit you. However, there are some risks. Inappropriate posts, offensive jokes, bullying comments, or videos of risky behavior can damage reputation. Peer pressure can push students to post things to just fit in. Social media can affect mental health. Comparing yourself to edited photos and perfect lives can lower self-esteem. Too much screen time can increase stress and anxiety. So it is very important and crucial for you to balance social media. Colleges and jobs. Many colleges and employers look at social media. They want to know, are you beyond grades or on your application? A profile that shows leadership, academics, achievements, and positivity can greatly benefit you through your job. However, if it's inappropriate content that hurts others, it can greatly hurt your chances. Here are some ways you can protect yourself for the future. Think before you post. Avoid posting when emotional. Check your privacy settings. Build a positive online preference and be respectful. And remember, every post is a choice, and even a choice shapes your future. In conclusion, social media is very powerful. It can open doors or close them. It can build confidence or damage it. As high school students, the decisions we make online today can affect college opportunities, job perspectives, and mental health tomorrow. The goal isn't to avoid social media, but to use it wisely. Before you post, think about your future self, because your future is bigger than one post. Thank you.
For sure, excellent. I like how you talked about definitely all the social media aspects, all the social connectivity aspects, and really the consequences that some people really don't know about. So bringing that to light is very important.
Yeah. And I think that this really goes with our theme of furthering the future as well, because obviously the actions you do today can really help define the future you have tomorrow. And I think you really brought to light the responsibility that we must take for the things we say and the things we post, and how it'll eventually come back to us and tie back to us. But with that, Stephen Navarro has a question right now. So Stephen Navarro is asking, can you talk about your experiences as a co-youth ambassador? Sounds interesting. I think that means City of Houston.
my experience with the City of Houston Youth Ambassadors, at first, I personally thought I wasn't be able to be mentally able to do the job or personally be able to do it. But as time moved on, I found myself loving the fact that I can help people that have been in the same situation as me. So it felt like that I could put more into something to help other people avoid feelings that I felt as a kid.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great answer, and I think it really shows what comes with being an ambassador as well, and the responsibility you really carry on your shoulder to represent the city of Houston as a whole and not just yourself. So thank you for that great talk. I think it really defined what it means to be a youth leader. So once again, thank you.
Thank y'all. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now we are down to our last session speaker, the conclusion of EnviroCast GEO, and we have Mr. Pavan Suresh. Are you ready? Okay.
Hey everyone.
Perfect. It's
Yeah,
great
so,
to meet you.
Yeah. Oh, wait, so how do I share my slides or whatever? Share my screen?
There should be a button with like a plus on a screen, and if you click it, it says share screen, and it's
Okay.
just
Alright.
it's the functionality should be there.
Yeah. So you guys can see my screen, right?
It is loading.
Yeah. Oh wait, yeah, it's just loading for me.
Yeah.
There we go. We
Yeah.
can see
Yeah,
it
we
now.
got it.
Perfect. So you can feel free to start whenever. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pavan Suresh, a 16-year-old grade 11 student. And you may be wondering why I'm up here to present to you guys today. Well, just like every other presenter who was there earlier, I have my own story. And mine begins 10 years ago when I lost my great grandma to a tumor-related cancer. And honestly, even though I was 6 years old, I still felt that so much. And her loss created a scar that was deeper than any blade. And then recently, at the start of my grade 11 year, I began to research what really causes these tumor related cancers. And I found out that the malfunctioning of the VHL protein is a crucial factor in what causes the tumors to multiply exponentially. Well, just imagine living with a biological footprint that contains a tiny, almost invisible typo. So just imagine one protein, one cell malfunctioning causes this huge cancer. Well, similarly, for roughly 1 in 36,000 people, this isn't a metaphor. It's reality known as von Hippel-Lindau disease. It's a rare genetic condition, but its impacts are profound, causing tumors to grow in the body's most critical organs because the cells lose their ability to sense oxygen properly. But to fix this machine, I first had to understand what's already being done to treat it. And I found out the $75,000 treatment of belzutifan. To a chemist, this is the perfect compound. It's everything in one. However, in the body, it does something else. After receiving the belzutifan treatment, many people experience things such as anemia, which means low hemoglobin, so they have to import blood constantly, hypoxia, the feeling of low oxygen, headaches, and risk to the reproductive system. Well, all these now it's a no-go because these are all very harmful risks. So I thought, how could I cure this without using the medicine? And I found out using benchling for codon optimization. Well, what is codon optimization? Codon optimization is basically changing the spelling of the DNA sequence. So let's think of the DNA as a long strand of sentences going throughout. All I've done is I've changed certain parts so that instead of CAG, it would be CGA. And this is crucial because these codons are what gets sent to the protein and the tRNA to then get translated into the proteins itself. Well, enough of me talking about the codon optimization. I'll talk to you guys about what codon sequences I've changed. So I've changed places at amino acid 20, 38, 50, 62, 77, 96, 130, and 135. Well, at amino acid 20, there was a second methionine. And methionine, I like to call it as like the starting of a factory. So when you turn on a factory, all the things have to run. Similarly, methionine is responsible to start the protein translation in a gene. But however, the However, the presence of a second methionine is really, really harmful for the protein itself. And instead, I changed it here to lysine because it creates a stronger bond. And then at amino acid 38 and 77, I changed the serines, which are both there, into glycine. And this is really important because phosphorylation in a protein is basically like a factory's whole energy being torn apart to its roots. So in a protein, if it gets phosphorylated, it stops working completely, causing bad things to occur. And then at amino acid 50, 62, 96, 130, and 135, I did something known as codon degeneracy. So let's imagine there's a factory and it's creating toys. Well, the machine that's creating the toys is doing it at a constant rate 24/7. So to make sure that the machine doesn't malfunction, they make the same toy again using the same codon sequence. So similarly, in the gene, we use the same codon sequence to help strengthen the protein and ensure no mistranslations occur. Well, all this I talked about, and what's next? So basically, I have the blueprint, I have everything now, but all that's left is to prove it. And I'm going to prove it using a machine learning model, using PyTorch, BioPython, and many other tools to help prove that this is a strong hypothesis. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your talk. It was very inspirational, obviously, in terms of medicine, very detailed into the specific amino acid sequences. So it was obviously very inspiring there.
Yeah, and I think it really shed light into what can actually happen if you get computational power and really apply that to medicinal structures, like actually predicting where a protein fold is going to happen and like where exactly to target drugs inside of a protein as well and things like that. So I think with that, we can open the floor to some questions.
Does anyone have any questions they would like to ask?
I think we'll give it a second because it was a pretty in-depth talk.
Okay. Can you give it a few minutes, maybe?
Well, do you guys have any questions for me? Like you, Kevin, and Arnold? Do you have any questions?
I think InspireX has a question, actually.
Yeah.
Can you pin it?
Oh, okay.
Yes. So InspireX is asking, how does protein structure determine its functions?
Okay, so proteins, like I might have to get a bit technical here because I can't use the basic knowledge because I kind of like lowered the technicality during my presentation. But basically, proteins, when they get translated, they get folded into different structures. There's primary, secondary, tertiary, and quaternary, right? So when they get folded, they all form a very specific shape. It's like a fingerprint, for example. No two finger, Kevin's fingerprint is not the same as mine. Similarly, the proteins are not the same. They all have a specific shape. So basically, like the VHL protein, it's like really flexible because there's some things called substrates and ligands, which are like factors that lead to cancer, right? They bind and they degrade. So like the structure, if there's like more binding sites and many things like that, it helps run more efficiently. So basically, I have hypothesized creating a more efficient protein structure, basically, yeah. If that answers your question, if you want, I could explain more to you. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Aside from that, I also just obviously for every single talk, speakers talk about their experience bringing them to their topic, or someone in the chat asked them about their background leading up to it. So what really, obviously, you talked about your, I think, great grandmother or great grandmother. Was there anything else leading you to more of the medical field or the biomedicine research field?
So what led me to this was like really I wanted to learn more because I was going into grade 11 that time, right? I was like, I want to like get into like one field, like I want to like learn, right? So I decided like genes were pretty interesting, right? Because I finished biology during the summer that time. So I was like, yeah, I want to do it. And like, yeah, like right now I'm working with a few profs to get like this confirmed, right? So yeah, that's basically it. Just wanted to learn.
Sounds amazing, yeah.
Yeah.
We have another question from Ethan.
Ethan has a question.
Okay.
Yeah, in the field of biomedicine, How do you think your work can shape it in around 5 to 10 years, and how could that look?
Ethan, that's an amazing question. Right. So this field, right? What I'm doing is called computational biology. So it's basically taking these genes and you're like using like different AI ML models to like help model the stuff, right? So like usually this research to a person that has a PhD, it's like their whole life, 30 years, everything. But like the VHL protein, as of now, right? It's like technically all cancers have this because like like at least tumors, because those tumors constantly multiply, right? So at the same time, the VHL protein is also malfunctioning. But now, because as I told you, like the earlier cure, which was belzutifan, is not as good. So what I'm trying to do is I've enhanced the protein sequence, right? So that I can put in that sequence instead of the mutated sequence and switch it out, so that when that's not there, the normal one works better, kind of like that. So it can like help change the world of medicine for that.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think that's great.
I think we have another question. I think that's Amy Nanji, an early speaker today. I hope I'm right.
Yeah.
How do changes in a protein's three-dimensional structure affect its ability to bind to other molecules and carry out its biological role?
Okay, so this goes back to the substrates and ligands, right? I told you guys earlier about primary, secondary, tertiary, and quaternary, right? Those are the four types of structures. And basically in proteins, right? Proteins are not just like circular, like a polypeptide chain. There's like many bonds occurring. Like there's the hydrogen bond, salt bridges, right? There's a lot of stuff going on. So basically, if you change something like in VHL, proline is like it's like really important for the degradation, because basically these substrates and ligands, they like sense the residue. So when they come towards that, it like binds. And for example, like if you change, like usually if you change like one protein in like something like sickle cell, like the sickle cell gene, it changes the whole thing, causing a mutation. However, like during the three-dimensional structure, when these bind, they have to degrade, because this is in the normal conditions. But then say it's not folded well. This is called like it's like misfolding. It's getting like it can't fold correctly because of these changes, right? So the three-dimensional protein structure being strong is crucial for this reason, and its biological role is very important. Like for VHL, it's very sensitive because it has to go around everywhere, right? Because it's degrading all these different things, so it has to make sure that it's doing its job correctly.
Yeah, so actually I have a question for myself too. So I
Yeah.
was actually wondering how like a protein structure can actually affect its oncogenic activity. Like for example, like some proteins might have a high content of like alpha helix. Like I think that some of the forkhead box proteins of the FOXO4 category usually do have like a high alpha helix content. So I was wondering how it like exactly would impact
Yeah.
the oncogenic potential.
All right. So I'll be honest, I've never heard of the word oncogenic. Oh no, I mean like you mean
Oh
like
yeah,
oncology.
cancerous, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
cancerous, yeah.
oncology. Yeah, cancer, right? So
Yeah.
basically, right? VHL, it has like a bunch of like there's exon 1, 2, and 3, right? There's different exons which are responsible, right? So an exon 1 is basically alpha helices and beta splice. So it's just 2D folding because it's like a bunch of hydrogen bonds like all together in one, right? But then once you
Yeah.
get to exon 2 and exon 3, that's where the main thing occurs, because that's where in exon 2 is the most hydrophobic of it all, right? So it basically brings them together. It's like a locator, and then the exon 3 it brings it, and then in exon 3 it binds it. It degrades it altogether. So like what I'm doing, right, is like say you have the mutated, like someone has the mutated gene or the
Yeah.
mutated protein, right? I'm just like replacing it. So like because this has not been done before, like my civic sequence, and like I've already been continuing to build this ML model, right? So
Yeah.
it's like showing good results so far. So I hope to take this further. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think you're like trying to say like structure equals function basically, right?
Yeah, structure equals function, because this one there's something known as gyration radius. It's
Yeah.
like from the center to the outer part. If it's smaller, it's more compact like that. So there's a lot of technical terms along with the
Yeah.
grade you score. Yeah, hydrophobicity.
Yeah, thank you. That was
Yeah.
a really good explanation. So, oh yeah, we have another question from
Yeah.
Multier, I think. He's asking, in terms of proteomics in general, is there a way to do this work more generally instead of to specific amino acids and structures and find systems that make a more general solution?
Okay, so here's the thing, like, as I talked about with the medicine, right, that's used for this, like, a lot of these medicines come with side effects because they bind onto different things, which can cause you, like, for example, anemia, which means like the low concentration of hemoglobin, which is blood, right?
Yeah.
So, like, recently, what I've been seeing, right, is like they've been doing something called personalized medicine, which is basically putting in like a enhanced version of the gene which is already there into the human body of someone who doesn't have, like, who has the mutation. So they're basically doing a switch, right? So for like, and to answer your question, right, on the specific amino acids, I think you have to, like, look at the amino acid structures. Look, it's not for all of them, it's for this one, because for this everything degrades through the protein. So for this one, I have to look at the specific to specific amino acid and structures. There could be systems in the future, but as of right now, I think it's very hard to find the systems. So therefore, it's much easier to look at the gene itself, gene protein, looking at the core cause of what causes all this.
Yeah. I think before you leave, I just want to ask you, have you heard of like Google's AlphaFold structures?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes.
Actually,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
did use that. I did use that for my thing. So I got the CIF file from that, and I used it to build my ML model. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think that can really revolutionize some of this technology you're
Yeah.
talking about too, because
Yeah.
it could actually like predict what it's gonna be, like how it's gonna fold, and that's really gonna tell you like which sites to actually target
Yeah.
your drug bindings at, like a
Yeah.
high kinase site, for
Yeah.
example. But yeah,
Like.
thank you. It was a very
Yeah.
insightful talk.
Thank you. Thank you.
I wanted to quickly add one point. I know at the end you've mentioned your machine learning model. I wanted to see, number one, if you had any progress, and number two,
Yeah.
just any general ideas you were thinking about it.
Yeah.
Because we've, at least me and Arnav, we've been working
Yeah.
with health risk analysis and multi-layer health intelligence to integrate into the EnviroCast systems, especially in terms of like things like asthma and pre-existing conditions. But we've been looking at quantum accelerated proteomics and things like that to try and expand the suite. So we were saying, if you've obviously ML step one, if you consider different AI and even quantum computing for that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So right now, like, I've heard of quantum computing, right? Because I think this one, IBM's made the quantum computer, right?
Yeah,
So for,
exactly.
yeah, IBM's made the quantum computer, right? So like, there's different tools. I mainly use like PyTorch, BioPython, right, and OS, like, just to make sure it like runs properly. Because there's
Yeah.
different tools like OpenMM, right, which actually show you the molecular dynamics and everything. However,
Yeah.
because now, like, a lot of the GPUs, right, or whatever, like the chips, they can't handle that much information. Because when I was using like the earlier one, I was like doing like the original JavaScript for my model. I was trying to use OpenMM, but it would crash every time because it needs like a NVIDIA core to run it. So
Yeah.
I feel like when you're looking at quantum computing and this, like, because right now, like, the universities are doing it well, right? I understand,
exactly.
like, they have it properly, but then I feel like for it to come to the human population, right, like to the general public, I feel like that's gonna take a bit of time because they have to increase the CPU cores, because most computers right now are run on the Intel cores, right?
Yeah.
You probably will need like an NVIDIA core instead of that. So
Yeah, like
and
the
that's a really good
4090
idea.
at minimum. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's really unique
Yeah.
what you guys are doing. Yeah, and Enviro.
Thank you. Thank you. You
Yeah.
too, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. Your talk was amazing. I really like how you really delved into depth. Your intelligence and experience with the subject really shows. Once again, thank you so much for doing this and sharing your work with us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have a great day.
All right. Same to you. Bye.
So that actually does conclude our session speakers for the entirety of EnviroCast GEO. So now, obviously, we were going to delve into our concluding address, but I was previously just talking with the speaker that we were going to have, Mr. Diganta Sengupta, who is an Austin-based tech strategist who works with AI Cloud for the Forbes Tech Council, IEEE, ACM, and BCS, and also Fortune 500 different organizations. But unfortunately, he's had a family emergency actually just a few hours ago. And of course, I don't want to pressure him into taking this conference. So what we were able to do is Obviously, in this live stream right now, we won't be able to have him speak, but in the future, we'll be able to meet up and record his concluding address. So do stay tuned to the EnviroCast YouTube channel. We will be publishing that probably sometime either this week or next week when we get the chance to provide his concluding address still. So now, after, of course, we'll set that up, but now I just want to take some time and really address concluding this entire event as a whole. Of course, we've been here for 2 days, and it's some great, really some great discussions that we've had. So, obviously, thanks to Mr. Sengupta, he will be providing his address shortly. But as we do come to the close of EnviroCast GEO Furthering the Future, I want to begin this conclusion with one simple message, which is thank you. Thank you to every speaker who provided their talk and their insights, every keynote who took time out of the day to provide their information about their experience and how they've gotten to that stage of where they are of industry leaders, and also everyone in attendance who decided to take the opportunity to learn from their contributions, ask meaningful questions, some technical ones, some difficult ones, and really get that key insight. And above all, thank you. Thank everyone for showing up, for staying engaged, for thinking deeply, and for being part of something that is bigger than any single session, any single project, or any single weekend session. This has truly been quite a journey. We appreciate you staying on both days. Yesterday ran for about 6 or 7 hours. Today we're very close to 6 hours, listening to all these different talks, these different sessions, all the different addresses and more. Without you, the audience, listening and asking your thoughtful questions, this conference wouldn't even be here. So above all, we would like to thank you. Now, over the past 2 days, we have gathered a global community of students, researchers, engineers, technical builders, founders, and visionaries to explore one central question that's been running throughout this entire event, which is, what does it truly mean to further the future? We've discussed this in the introduction, in the welcome session, in the introduction today, and what has become clear throughout all these talks and addresses is the future is not something that we passively inherit and go into. It's something that we actively shape. It's something that we design through our systems, our ethics, our technologies, and our choices. This conference was created as a space for that kind of intentional design, a space where engineering is not only about capability, but about consequence, and a space where intelligence is not only about computation, but about responsibility. And above all, a space where innovation is not only about what is possible, but is about what is meaningful.
Yeah, so in that sense, the theme Furthering the Future was not just a tagline. It became a lens through which every speaker, every project, and every conversation, no matter where you were around the world, whether you were in a continent or like a different continent, they could all connect together and contribute something real to the conference. Over the last 2 days, we had the privilege from hearing from an extraordinary set of keynote and featured voices, leaders who represent the breadth of what the future demands: technical excellence, ethical clarity, global awareness, and human-centered impact. On day one, we opened with our keynote speaker, Mr. Kaushik Ravi, founder and CEO of OneFinite, one of the most prevalent finance tech companies in the entire world, who helped set the tone for this conference by reminding us that the frontier of innovation isn't simply about building faster, but building with intelligence, scalability, and responsibility, and also the courage to never give up and keep pursuing your dreams and challenges and tackling them head on.
We then continued with more sessions from these diverse speakers from all around the world with a bunch of different topics, ranging from obviously building tools to researching biomedicine to ethics to investing, so many different topics that we covered. And it really showed and reflected the incredible diversity of ideas within this international community. Later in day one, we heard from Saish Gandhi, the Assistant Director of the Directorate of Agriculture for the government of Goa, who really brought the essential perspective on how the future era of AI and even greater technological prowess will be defined by our resilience in standing up and taking a place in it. And we closed day one with an address from Mr. Justin Robert, founder and CEO of J. Robert Insurance Group, who really reminded us that innovation does not exist in isolation. The future is not shaped only by invention, but by the systems and the mindset in us, the people, that support adoption, trust, and resilience.
Today, we continued on that momentum in an equally powerful way. We had the honor of a guest appearance from Ted Irving, the mayoral appointed director of our city, Houston Television, who brought forward the importance of communication, civic connection, and storytelling in shaping what the future becomes. Furthermore, Mr. Ted Irving was also able to instill in us the values of AI and the importance of actually limiting technology to make sure that it's about what we should build and not just about what we can build. Because innovation that is not shared, understood, or trusted cannot reach its fullest impact to the proper ethical manner.
And finally, of course, we were unable to have him today, but we will close with Mr. Diganta Sengupta, by releasing his talk later. For a bit of context about him, he is a master principal enterprise architect at the Oracle Corporation, and his insights will definitely tell us about how the future is built, not only through bold ideas, but through system architecture, but through the frameworks, infrastructures, and decisions that allow innovation to take scale as a member of Oracle. To all of our keynote speakers who lent their time, thank you for your voice, thank you for your insights, and thank you for your leadership to this global community. And of course, furthermore, even beyond the keynotes, what made EnviroCast GEO truly special was the incredible range of session speakers and presenters who helped to actually bring this conference to life. As I mentioned, we heard from student researchers pushing boundaries in AI and biomedicine. We heard from youth advocates speaking on sustainability, equity, and the importance of really considering the social impact in the digital age, and also from founders building real tools at the edge of engineering and intelligence. We also heard from innovators working in robotics, working in embedded systems and hardware, and climate resilience and policy and beyond. Every single one of these speakers demonstrated something important, which is that the future is not built just by one discipline. It's been through the convergence of those disciplines, through the meeting of perspectives, and through the courage to explore questions that don't yet have answers.
Yeah, and for those of you who refuse to wait, who refuse to pause, and who refuse to let opportunities slip like water through their fingers, this is your call to action. The hackathon submission portal for our May hackathon opens next week, and it doesn't matter if you're just a student with a spark of an idea, a researcher with a prototype, or a team ready to tackle the impossible. We need you in the arena. The frontier itself isn't coming. It's right here, right now, calling your name. Every second that you hesitate right now is a second the future sketches itself without your hand in the pen. So go and draw your own portrait and go and register for our hackathon immediately. So as we close EnviroCast GEO Furthering the Future, remember this: the future is not a spectator sport. It's a battlefield of ideas, a blank canvas, a playground for the bold. Every generation gets a window where they decide what thrives, what survives, and exactly what will echo. Will we build systems that protect life and the planet instead of just counting the pieces? Will we create intelligence that is ethical, accountable, and human-centered instead of just letting the algorithms run? Will we craft a technology that lifts everyone instead of only the lucky few? And will we drive progress that serves humanity instead of letting humanity serve progress? These are not questions for tomorrow. These are calls to arm right here, right now, today. So rise, build, disrupt, challenge, push boundaries, fail boldly, learn ruthlessly, and try relentlessly, because the future is not a rehearsal. It's yours to shape, yours to claim, and yours to make legendary. So don't wait for permission, don't wait for validation, and don't wait for a better time. Create it, own it, and change the world with it right now, because the future doesn't whisper. It shouts for builders, dreamers, doers who turn sparks into flames, ideas into empires, and challenges into triumphs. So rise up, step in, and make your mark before the moment passes. This is your arena, this is your time, and the world, it's waiting for your hold.
Now, something I want to quickly emphasize is that this conference, EnviroCast GEO, is not just meant to be a one-time event. It will be a growing movement. It will be a continuing network. It will be a platform where innovation doesn't stop, of course, just when the live stream ends. We do intend to continue our events seasonally, in fact, into the future. And that brings us to what comes next. We are excited to officially share that the next EnviroCast GEO conference, From Insight to Impact, will be taking place in May 2026 from the days of May 23rd to May 25th, a 3-day conference with a very similar structure, having very powerful keynote speakers and also very powerful keynote speakers, session speakers, and even more information in terms of our hackathon. Now on the screen, I'm going to quickly display a QR code. This is an interest form for the May 2026 conference. If you're interested, quickly take a snapshot. You can display your interest, and we can reach out to you if you're interested in either attending or speaking at the May conference and being able to share your thoughts like so many speakers yesterday and today. I'll leave that up for a few seconds while I'm talking. But in addition to that, starting now, we are already beginning the process of building that next chapter. We've already developed and prepared our hackathon, and we're opening early conversations with future keynote and session speakers, in addition, sponsors and partners, collaborators and community organizations that can have their voice a lot more heard, and also the next wave of innovators and people who are building real world impact to take part. If you are someone who wants to speak, support, or contribute to the next edition, we invite you to reach out and become part of what we are building, because the future is not shaped by spectators, it is shaped by participants. Okay. Now here, I think that's some good enough time for the QR code. Hopefully it'll stay up. If not, the live stream will also be available on YouTube after, so you can always come back to that. And of course, geo.envirocast.org is the website for EnviroCast GEO. You can always look at that if you need to. Now, I would like to close officially with one last thing, is what truly gives me hope seeing and organizing this event is that over these past 2 days, looking at speakers and keynote willing to build with intention a community that understands that furthering the future is not just about invention, but about innovation and impact. So thank you for being part of EnviroCast GEO. Thank you for your curiosity, for your ambition, for your responsibility. And we hope that you leave this conference today not only inspired, but connected to new ideas, new collaborators. You are inspired by the different speakers, and you now have a renewed sense of what is truly possible in the modern age. This is not the end. It is the continuation. I do hope that we will see all of you again in May 2026 as EnviroCast returns at around the end of spring. So until then, keep building, keep questioning, keep imagining, and keep furthering the future. Thank you, everyone, and we will see you in EnviroCast 2026 May. Thank you so much for staying with us.